Chapter 3399. Remember this. If we lose today's battle, we'll all die. If we win, we'll be safe for another month. This is a battle for survival. We have to survive! Yan Shifeng shouted at the top of his lungs, rallying everyone's emotions. We have to survive! Everyone roared back. Perhaps it was only in the face of such a monster that the martial artists in the green zone would truly unite. But what puzzled Ling Xiao was that Yama was nowhere to be seen. For better or for worse, he was a 9th stage life-sizer. Why hadn't he come out to fight? It seemed that Yama really was willing to give up everything for the battle in 9 days. Fine. Let's see if your reckless cultivation can match up to my combat training. Ling Xiao smiled, but didn't point that out. Meanwhile, the monsters were closing in, and the battle was about to begin. Darkfrost was the first to charge out, and engage the Undying King. The Undying King seemed to be afraid of hurting his subordinates, and so kept moving away. Darkfrost followed. Ling Xiao was worried about Ming Shuang, so he chased after her. The two of them quickly disappeared from view. Haha, that brat is really loyal to Ming Shuang. It's a pity that he's too stupid. He doesn't know his own worth. One of the leaders of Soul Hall sneered. But what if he dies outside, and the Ice Emperor's legacy is taken by the monsters? Another person asked worriedly. Don't worry. The Ice Emperor's legacy can only be taken by martial artists from the western regions. That's because the 8 ancient emperors and the ancient Sword Emperor were born in the western regions. They have a sliver of their soul attached to the legacy. It can only be taken by martial artists from the western regions. Monsters or martial artists from the other regions can't take it. The only way is to erase their soul. But that won't be easy, Yan Shifeng said coolly. If Ling Xiao dies, the Ice Emperor's legacy will be hidden again. When the siege is over, we can go and look for it. Actually, he really wished that Ling Xiao would die. That way, he would be able to avoid the risk of the bet battle. Although he felt that Yama would definitely be able to defeat Ling Xiao. But those were just his thoughts. No one could say for sure what the actual situation was. If there was a better way, who would take the risk? Alright, let's stop talking and focus on the battle. Don't let us die before Ling Xiao. That would be embarrassing. Yan Shifeng then rushed towards the Bloodthirsty King. The Bloodthirster King was probably something only he and a few old monsters from Soul Palace could deal with. But to his surprise, the Bloodthirster King, who had been attacking the city with him, turned around and chased after Ling Xiao. Could it be that the Bloodthirsty King has also smelled the scent of the Ice Emperor on Ling Xiao? Yan Shifeng knew that among all monsters, the Bloodthirsters had the sharpest sense of smell. Of course, it was just a guess at this time. It was probably too late to confirm it. Now, he could only focus on the battle in front of him. On the other side, in the sky, the Undead King was fighting with Darkfrost. On the ground, Ling Xiao stood there with the Fire Supreme sword in his hand, his expression indifferent. Not far away, the Bloodthirster King let out a low roar. The sound was very unpleasant. The two had been fighting for a few minutes. Obviously, the Bloodthirster King did not expect Ling Xiao to be so difficult to deal with. He thought that this inconspicuous boy could be easily killed by him. Who would have thought that this boy would be unscathed under his fierce attack? But even so, the Bloodthirsty King's blood-red eyes were still cold and sinister, without the slightest bit of fear or panic. This was a monster even more terrifying than a monster beast. It seems that you are different from ordinary bloodthirsters. You actually have some wisdom. In that case, you should know that you are definitely not my opponent. Ling Xiao was in no hurry to end this battle. In any case, when he fought the Bloodthirster King, the monsters around him would not dare to come close. This made it easier for him to keep an eye on the battle between Darkfrost and the Undead King. What he was most worried about was Darkfrost. He had already seen how terrifying the Undead King was back in Star City. Roar! The Bloodthirster King seemed to be very dissatisfied with Ling Xiao's underestimation. His bloodthirsty eyes shone with an even stronger killing intent. Clearly, he felt that Ling Xiao was underestimating him. You might have been a powerful martial artist when you were alive, but now, you are nothing but a corpse invaded by germs. I will give you a peaceful ending." With the Fire's supreme sword in hand, Ling Xiao walked forward. Blazing flames burned on the blade of the sword. Strange fire. Terrifying strange fire. Against the 9th level life-sizer, with his current cultivation base, ordinary demon fire was no longer effective. Only strange fire could hurt his opponent. Along the way, Ling Xiao had already transformed into the everlasting heavenly rat beast soul. His opponent was too strong, and he didn't dare to underestimate him. "I'll take you as the key to my breakthrough." As he spoke, the Fire's supreme sword pulsed with a frenzied sword will, which then shot toward the Bloodthirster King. The Bloodthirster King stared at Ling Xiao. Although his strange body was twisted and deformed, it was tougher than a living person's. His hands had already transformed into sharp claws. His nails were more than a foot long. Even in the gloomy weather of the domain of the falling stars, they shone with a cold light. "Kill!" Suddenly, Ling Xiao shouted coldly. His body trembled, and he rushed out. Killing intent shot out from the Fire's supreme sword. Strange fire merged with the sword energy and stabbed toward the Bloodthirster King. "Roar!" A ferocious roar rang out. The Bloodthirster King seemed to have springs under his feet as he suddenly shot up. He jumped 7 to 8 meters high, and then suddenly fell down. Black gas lingered on his sharp claws as he crazily grabbed at Ling Xiao's head. Clang! The Fire's supreme sword changed from forward to upward, directly colliding with the sharp claws. The blazing sword energy shattered, and the Bloodthirster King actually gained the upper hand. One claw grabbed Ling Xiao's Fire's supreme sword. The other claw quickly grabbed at Ling Xiao's head. That terrifying destructive power, as long as it touched Ling Xiao's head, would probably be smashed like a watermelon. "Golden Dragon Seal!" Ling Xiao held the sword in his right hand and suddenly formed a seal with his left hand. A golden dragon broke through the air and directly collided with the Bloodthirster King's claw. The terrifying impact actually caused the Bloodthirster King to be in a stalemate for a moment. "Ghost God Seal!" Ling Xiao's left hand formed another seal. His speed was so fast that it was dazzling. An even more terrifying Ghost God blasted out. The Bloodthirster King clearly felt the danger and hurriedly retreated. In an instant, he had retreated dozens of meters away. This guy's jumping ability was too terrifying. With just one jump, he was dozens of meters away. Therefore, even if he was dozens of meters away, he could not be careless because the other party could attack again with just one jump. "Kill!" The sword intent exploded again. Ling Xiao attacked again. He did not intend to retreat. In any case, in his current state, although he could not compare to the Bloodthirster King. However, it was definitely not easy for the other party to hurt him. Chapter 3400. Facing the powerful king of bloodthirsters, Ling Xiao planned to take this opportunity to improve his combat strength. This time, the Fire's supreme sword was even more blazing. "Annihilation Sword!" Ling Xiao let out a furious roar. Dazzling sword light bloomed on the wasteland. The space was almost shrouded by this sword light. The king of bloodthirsters did not speak, but there was a hint of surprise in his fierce eyes. There was also confusion. He probably couldn't understand how such a weak-looking guy could unleash such a shocking attack from his body. Roar! The red light in the king of bloodthirsters' eyes became even more intense. Probably because Ling Xiao's strength stimulated him and made him even crazier. Boom! The annihilation sword collided with the king of bloodthirsters again. This time, neither the man nor the monster retreated. Either of them flinched. In Ling Xiao's eyes there was a strong fighting spirit and will to become stronger. In the king of bloodthirsters' eyes, there was a crazy killing intent. Terrifying collisions exploded on the ground again and again. The surrounding environment was constantly being destroyed. The power generated by the collision between the Fire's supreme sword and the sharp claws was incomparably powerful. Black smoke filled the air, and terrifying flames exploded. The ground was already full of potholes. Even the Undying King and Dark Frost, who were fighting in the sky, were very surprised. Your little friend is not bad. The Undying King laughed. You'd better worry about yourself. Today, I must take revenge for Star City. Dark Frost looked at the Undying King and said, Did you misunderstand something? Those warriors who were killed in Star City deserved it. They wanted to kill me and my subordinates. Why can't I kill them? Actually, you warriors of the Western region should not be my enemy. Instead, you should thank me. Your real enemy is the people of the 4 major regions. Back then, when the Western region was prosperous, it had the most powerful beast god in the Black Tortoise continent. Even later there was the powerful Ancient Sword Empire. The Ancient Sword Emperor was the most powerful existence after the 12 beast gods. Unfortunately, he was still killed by despicable means. And those who killed him became the rulers of the Black Tortoise continent. After becoming the master of the 4 great domains, it would become the Eternal Life Palace. The people of the Eternal Life Palace claimed that they were gods and that only they were fit to rule the Black Tortoise continent. Us parasitic beasts are nothing compared to them. Why do you have to be so stubborn? Undying King said indifferently. But you attacked the Green Zone and annihilated my Western region's martial artists. That can't be false, right? Dark Frost said coldly. It's not my idea to attack the Green Zone. It's the rules of the game. It was the master of the Divine Devil Order who set this rule. If I don't follow this rule, once he attacks, none of us parasitic beasts will be able to survive. If you have the ability, you can go find the owner of the Fiend God token. Undying King said disdainfully. Boom! Just as the man and beast were talking, another violent collision on the ground ended. The Bloodthirster King was obviously at a disadvantage. At this moment, Ling Xiao had already gained the upper hand without even using the Ice Emperor's inheritance. This was enough to show how much he had improved. Compared to the night when he killed Medicine Demon, he had become stronger. I'm afraid your little friend is going to die. Undying King suddenly sneered. Why, he clearly has the upper hand. Dark Frost was puzzled. Humph, don't you know about bloodthirsters? The more injured they are, the stronger they become. If your little friend can kill him in one blow, it's fine. If they continue to fight like this, it will only make the Bloodthirster King stronger. This level of improvement is at most close to the realm of snatching fate. Isn't your little friend dead? Undying King snorted coldly. Ling Xiao. Dark Frost looked down and was a little distracted. At this moment, Undying King suddenly attacked, and his sharp claws pierced through Dark Frost's body. Stupid girl, do you really believe my words? Although what I said is the truth. But rules are rules. We parasitic beasts like you human blood the most. Ha ha. Crazy laughter rang out. Undying King seemed very proud. To be honest, he noticed that Dark Frost had become stronger. So he didn't have full confidence in killing Dark Frost. So he used such a dishonorable trick. However, although it was dishonorable, Dark Frost was still a little too naive and gullible. Do you think you can kill me like this? Dark Frost's eyes revealed a cold light. She actually pulled the Undying King's claws out of her body. Then the wound began to heal quickly. I've been through countless terrifying punishments, and I've experienced countless deaths. In the end, I obtained this body that can be called immortal. Last time, because I didn't understand your undying plague, I fell for it. But do you think I will still be afraid of your undying plague if we fight again? Dark Frost's body was already immune to the undying plague. This was done for her by Ling Xiao. As a matter of fact, Ming Shuang's body was very strange, as if it had been forged through countless terrible punishments. This kind of body had an extremely strong self-healing ability and immunity. However, to stimulate this ability, she needed the help of an outsider. And this outsider would be best if it was a doctor. Dark Frost's luck was good. She met Ling Xiao, which was the luckiest thing in her life. Ling Xiao not only stimulated her body's characteristics, but also made her stronger than before. This was why she trusted Ling Xiao so much. Next, it's my turn. Dark Frost decided to concentrate on fighting the Undying King. she couldn't distract Ling Xiao. As for the Bloodthirster King, she believed that Ling Xiao could deal with it. It wasn't her turn to worry. In fact, this was exactly the case. Ling Xiao had noticed the Bloodthirster King's characteristics from the beginning. His Tai Chi was not to be trifled with, and he wanted to make his opponent stronger. Otherwise, it would not be able to exert pressure on him and stimulate the potential in his body to erupt. What did he rely on to break through? The battle continued, and more wounds appeared on the Bloodthirster King's body. His body began to emit red light. His fighting prowess continued to soar. Finally, at some point, he began to counterattack. Ling Xiao was on the defensive. As expected, this guy's fighting prowess has soared to the limit. Ling Xiao could sense that the Bloodthirster King's attacks were very close to the level of seizing heaven and exchanging life. That was the strongest level in the life-seizing level. Surpassing the 9th level of life-seizing was the key to reaching the reincarnation god realm. That's more like it. Although Ling Xiao was on the defensive, he wasn't at a disadvantage. Not only that, but he could also sense the power in his sea of cultivation increasing. When he had broken through to the 7th level of life-seizing, his sea of cultivation had gone to 0. Later, he had fused with the Xuanwu tortoise beast soul and raised his canopy beast soul to the 1st level of the reincarnation god realm. That had raised his sea of cultivation by 20%. But that was the limit. No matter how much he cultivated, he could not raise his sea of cultivation. But now, the situation had changed once again. Chapter 3401. Following the battle with the Bloodthirsty King, Ling Xiao's cultivation sea energy had increased to 30%. And it was still going on. Not only that, Ling Xiao was also frequently using Fire Supreme's Blazing Sky Sword art in actual combat, honing his skills and control. Fire Supreme's Blazing Sky Sword art had only been cultivated to the large success stage before, but now it had been promoted to perfection in the continuous battle. But this was obviously not enough. Only the sword art of perfection was Ling Xiao's most perfect sword art. Realizing that Ling Xiao was not in danger, Dark Frost was relieved and focused on fighting the Undying King. At the same time, in the Green Zone, the battle was also very fierce. Fortunately, Dark Frost and Ling Xiao had taken the Undying King and the Bloodthirsty King away. Otherwise, the battle would have been even worse. Now, they could finally block the attacks of the monsters. As long as they waited until dawn tomorrow, this battle would end. So everyone gritted their teeth and fought with all their might. The battle between Ling Xiao and the Bloodthirsty King had also entered a white-hot stage. The cultivation sea energy continued to increase. 40%, 50%, 80%, 90%. After reaching 90%, the speed gradually slowed down. At this time, the battle between the two sides had already lasted for more than 10 hours, and the sky had already darkened. In the dark, the monster's combat strength would skyrocket. This was extremely disadvantageous for both Dark Frost and Ling Xiao. I have to end the battle as soon as possible. Ling Xiao looked at the sky and finally unleashed his most powerful attack. Fire Supreme's Blazing Sky Sword Art, Perfection Stage. Ice Supreme's Cold Sky Sword Art, Perfection Stage. Soul Supreme's Ling Tian Sword Art, Perfection Stage. The three swords combined into one and erupted with a terrifying power that was 15 times stronger than an ordinary primary king-level martial skill. The Bloodthirsty King seemed to have sensed fear. He turned around and wanted to escape. But how could Ling Xiao give him such a chance? Extreme Cold Domain! The Extreme Cold Domain spread out, and the surroundings fell into a cold realm. The Bloodthirsty King's body suddenly slowed down. At this moment, 3 sword chis stabbed into the body of the Bloodthirster King. The 9th Division Life-Sizer collapsed to the ground. His body had been blasted into smithereens. One of the swords even destroyed the monster's head. Ling Xiao had seen the Undead King's powerful survival ability. He wasn't sure if the Bloodthirsty King could heal. Therefore, he would do his best to kill him. A ball of deviant fire was released from his hand. The terrifying flames instantly spread and burned the bloodthirsty king's body to ashes. Only the life crystal was left on the ground. Ling Xiao casually scooped him up. This life crystal could not only be used to heal injuries and refine life pills, but it could also extend one's lifespan. The life crystal of a 9th Division 1-star life-sizer would add at least a month to his lifespan. Although it did not sound like much, to many old martial artists, 1 month of lifespan was extremely precious. Of course, to Ling Xiao, the life crystal could also be converted into potential in his body. This was something only he could do. Rumble! The collision in the sky roused Ling Xiao from his thoughts. He couldn't help but look up. The battle between Dark Frost and the Undead King was in full swing. Dark Frost was clearly stronger than she had been the last time they had fought. She was definitely not at a disadvantage against the Undead King. No, it's getting dark. If I don't get rid of the Undead King as soon as possible, the bloodthirsty king will definitely grow stronger. The Undead King will definitely continue to grow stronger. If that happens, I'll be in big trouble. Having reached this point in his train of thought, Ling Xiao flew up into the air and unleashed his frigid domain. Although his frigid domain was weak, it still had an effect on the Undead King. As soon as he used it, Dark Frost had the upper hand. Next, Ling Xiao unleashed the Bloodthirsty Plague and the Death Kingdom Black Blight. As long as he could weaken the Undead King, he would use it. Dark Frost's advantage was even more obvious. Bastard! How could there be such a strange kid? The Undead King was shocked. Ling Xiao had actually killed the Bloodthirsty King, and was even affecting the Undead King's battle. The Undead King was both shocked and enraged. I'll kill you so I can fight in peace! The Undead King stretched out a tentacle toward Ling Xiao. It was so fast that there was no way to evade it. Not even Ling Xiao could avoid it. The tentacle slammed into him, sending him crashing to the ground. Of course, Dark Frost didn't miss out on the opportunity to attack. An enormous spike pierced through the Undead King's body. Although the Undead King had an undying body, the Bloodthirsty Plague had greatly weakened his regenerative abilities. Girl, his life crystal is in his abdomen! A voice called out from the ground. The Undead King was startled. Of course, he knew full well how powerful his attacks were, much less a 7th Division life-sizer. He could even kill a 9th Division life-sizer with a single blow. And yet, this kid was still standing. His face was a bit pale, and he was even coughing up blood. Most terrifying of all was that this kid had actually identified the location of his life crystal. That was terrifying. The only reason he had survived Dark Frost's attack last time was because Dark Frost hadn't been able to destroy his life crystal. Once the location of his life crystal was revealed, he would be dead for sure. All right. Dark Frost didn't care how shocked the Undead King was. Since he had dared to hurt Ling Xiao, she had to kill him. Soul-devouring domain! Dark Frost called upon the legacy of the Soul Emperor. Within the soul-devouring domain, all secret soul magics would be multiplied in power, perhaps by 5 or 6 times. Not only that, but once one mastered the soul-devouring domain, they would be able to use soul magics without limit. The amount of soul power consumed would be greatly reduced, perhaps by 50% at the most. Furthermore, the time it took to cast secret magics would be greatly reduced. Ordinary soul magics would be instantly cast, and super soul magics would be much easier to use. That was the most terrifying aspect of the soul-devouring domain. The pressure it exerted on an enemy's soul was only an additional effect. Soul-devouring wand, soul-sealing chains! As soon as the soul-devouring domain was unleashed, a strange wand appeared in Dark Frost's hand. The wand was pitch black, and clearly made from special materials. At the tip of the wand was a black gem. Although Yang Qi didn't know what kind of material it was, he was certain that it would greatly enhance all secret soul magics. Dark Frost let out a soft moan. A total of 18 heavy chains appeared out of nowhere, some of which wrapped around the Undead King's body. Others pierced the Undead King's abdomen. Dark Frost had complete faith in Ling Xiao. If Ling Xiao said that the Undead King's life crystal was in that location, then it had to be there. There was no mistaking it. Chapter 3402. The Undying King resisted frantically. Countless tentacles and soul-sealing chains clashed in space. Yet, at this time, Ling Xiao came again. Extreme Cold Domain, Frost Dragon Breath. Casting Frost Dragon Breath in the Extreme Cold Domain, the power also increased several times. This was the same principle as the Soul-Devouring Domain, increasing the power of Soul Mystic Arts. Originally, the Undying King was at a disadvantage in the Soul-Devouring Domain. Now, he was instantly frozen by Ling Xiao's Extreme Cold Domain and Frost Dragon Breath. Although it was only for a moment. Not even a second. But the strong could always seize this opportunity. The soul-sealing chains pierced through the Undying King's abdomen, and a life crystal was directly sent flying. Devour! Ling Xiao directly cast Vertical Golden Light Technique, arrived in front of that life crystal, released a cloud of black smoke in his hand, and directly swallowed that life crystal into his universe of Tyrant. No! The Undying King burst into a hysterical scream, frantically carrying out a final struggle. It was a pity that without the life crystal, he also lost the undying body. Dark Frost was not stingy with her attacks, bombarding the Undying King's body continuously. That body was riddled with holes, and finally completely shattered. Is it over? In the darkness, there was a faintly discernible figure, whose complexion was not very good. To Ling Qiuyan, today was really a failure. She originally planned to wait until Dark Frost and the Undying King fought until both sides suffered, and then go and possess Dark Frost. However, who would have thought that Ling Xiao, this insignificant guy, actually became the biggest obstacle? Not only did he kill the Bloodthirster King, but he also actually helped Dark Frost easily kill the Undying King. So that apart from consuming a lot of vital essence and soul force, Dark Frost actually did not have any injuries at all. If she forcefully chose to possess at this time, it would really be too stupid. With Dark Frost's tenacious soul, it would probably be her soul that was destroyed instead. Looks like we can only take the long view. Ling Qiuyan sighed helplessly. After we return, we still have to think of a way to make Yama's cultivation break through. Otherwise, with Yama's strength, I'm afraid he wouldn't be Ling Xiao's match. Thinking of this, she finally turned around and left. Since he was a soul, he wasn't afraid of being attacked by monsters. Girl, you should use this life crystal. This thing is still a little too powerful for me. It's a waste to use it now, but it's an opportunity for you to break through. After landing on the ground, Ling Xiao took out the life crystal of the Undead King and handed it to Dark Frost. Dark Frost hesitated for a moment before taking it. She knew very well that she was not strong enough to completely protect Ling Xiao. Therefore, her cultivation had to continue improving. I'll stand guard for you. Just cultivate here. Anyway, without the Bloodthirster King and Undead King, I'm not afraid of these trash monsters. Ling Xiao did not want to return to the green zone for the time being. Once Dark Frost went into closed-door cultivation there, it might be more dangerous than here. Okay. Dark Frost no longer hesitated and directly held the life crystal in her hand and started cultivating. Roar! Roar! Terrifying roars could be heard from afar. Ling Xiao could not help but frown, a cold light flickering in his eyes. Looks like because of the death of the Undead King and the Bloodthirster King, it caused the monsters to view us with hatred. They actually swarmed over to attack. He glanced at Dark Frost, who was cultivating, and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. Girl, cultivate in peace. No matter what trouble you encounter, I'll solve it for you. He took a deep breath and then took out 3 refining formation stones. One was the Lesser Myriad Lightning Immortal Slaying Formation. One was the Plague Bone Dissolving Formation. One was the Myriad Beasts Blood Refining Formation. These were the 3 formations that Ling Xiao used the most, and they were also the 3 formations that he liked to use the most. They were used to attack, weaken, and strengthen oneself. The Lesser Myriad Lightning Immortal Slaying Formation had astonishing destructive power and terrifying lethality. The Plague Bone Dissolving Formation could corrode the enemy's vital essence and body, weakening the enemy's combat power. The myriad beast's blood refining formation could refine the enemy's corpse into power for Ling Xiao or other formations to use. Of course, these three formations could only delay the monster's attacks, and it was impossible to stop all of them. In the end, it still depended on Ling Xiao's battle. Roar! Roar! The roars were angry roars, and they were also calling for their companions. At this time, except for the green zone, almost all of the meteorite zone was the territory of the monsters. So with a casual call, countless monsters would gather. These guys might not be able to compare with the Bloodthirster King in terms of individual strength, let alone the Undead King. But once they came in groups, they would become a warrior's nightmare. The so-called Beast Tide was actually nothing more than that. And this was probably even more terrifying than the Beast Tide. Because most of these monsters had no brains at all, and no wisdom. They did not know fear, and they did not know fear. So no matter how you killed, it was impossible to scare them away. Unless you destroyed all of the monsters. But that was even more unrealistic. Ling Xiao's idea was very simple. He would hold on for a while until Darkfrost's cultivation level broke through, and then they would leave together. If it was just this, he could definitely do it. Finally, the first batch of monsters arrived. The lesser myriad lightning immortal slaying formation erupted. Countless lightning bolts fell from the sky, and countless monsters were destroyed, turned into corpses, and even directly blasted into pieces. But the monsters behind still came one after another. Soon, the lesser myriad lightning immortal slaying formation was past. The monsters arrived at the plague bone dissolving formation. Thick green smoke seeped out from the ground. Even the undead would be sucked dry of vital essence and die when they encountered this green smoke. After all, if the monsters wanted to fight, they must have energy to maintain their bodies. Otherwise, it would be impossible. The second batch of monsters was destroyed by the plague bone dissolving formation. However, the third batch stepped on the corpses of the second batch and stepped into the final myriad beast blood refining formation. Blood soared into the sky. The myriad beast blood refining formation almost turned into a huge pool of blood. The monsters fell in one by one, and finally turned into nutrients to nourish the formation. The third batch of monsters was completely destroyed. But the monsters were still densely packed, as if there was no reduction. Although the three-layered formation was constantly destroying those monsters, there were still monsters rushing in. They rushed to the vicinity of Ling Xiao. Kill! A low and vicious voice roared out from Ling Xiao's mouth. A murderous aura bloomed from his body. The corner of Ling Xiao's mouth revealed a sneer. Around him, three swords floated out of thin air. The Fire Supreme's sword, the Ice Supreme's sword, and the Bloodthirsty Demon's sword. The three swords merged into the Western Region tomb map. They turned into three terrifying sword lights, hanging above Ling Xiao's head. Roar! The monsters sensed the terrifying power erupting from Ling Xiao's body. But they did not know fear at all. They only knew now that it was this human who killed their king. So they wanted to destroy this human. Chapter 3403. The densely packed monsters continued to surround Ling Xiao. They were all survivors of the three formations. Not only were their vitality tenacious, but their strength was also stronger. Fortunately, there were only thousands of them. Otherwise, it would be very troublesome for Ling Xiao to deal with them. In the sky, a sword was wrapped in flames. It was extremely hot. A sword was shining with ice crystals. It was extremely cold. A sword was filled with the terrifying smell of blood and soul. Fire Supreme Blazing Sky Sword Art. Ice Supreme Cold Sky Sword Art. Soul Supreme Ling Sky Sword Art. Kill! At this time, Ling Xiao did not dare to hold back. He even released the Sky Tyrant Martial Soul. A terrifying and solemn aura bloomed from the pitch-black universe. The three swords became extremely huge under the amplification of the Sky Tyrant universe. It was as if any one of them could easily destroy a planet. On the ground, Ling Xiao's figure could no longer be seen. All that could be seen were three terrifying sword lights. It was like 3 heavenly punishments. Each of them was 15 times stronger than an ordinary beginner king-level martial skill. Roar! The monsters still did not know fear. Bloodthirsty roars came from their mouths. They all pounced towards the direction of the flickering light. They tried to tear the human with the sword apart. However, at this time, the sword lights fell. Flames. Frost. Bloodthirsty. 3 swords, 3 rays of light. They fell among the monsters. Rumble! A terrifying roar sounded. The monsters did not even have time to scream. In an instant, they completely disappeared from the ground. The terrifying attack completely tore them apart. This consumption is too great. I can't continue to use it. Although Ling Xiao could already use 3 swords at once after his breakthrough, he could only use it twice at most before he felt incomparably exhausted. He hurriedly swallowed a handful of pills. While he was recovering, he saw even more monsters rushing into the formation. He decided to change his way of fighting. The attack power of 3 swords was indeed astonishing, but there was really no need to turn the monsters into ashes. It was really like using a cannon to kill mosquitoes. So he decided to make full use of his advantage. 3-headed lava hound beast soul, scorching hell. Undying bird beast soul, undying bird strange flame. With the activation of the beast soul power, Ling Xiao's surroundings turned into a sea of fire. Huge meteorites continued to fall from the sky, smashing into the bodies of the monsters that had passed through the 3 formations. With this kind of attack, even if he continued, Ling Xiao did not have to worry about consuming too much of his true essence. That was because if he didn't consume too much energy at once, he could continue to rely on medicinal pills to replenish his energy. Compared to the 9 sovereign sword technique, its destructive power was a little weaker, but killing those monsters was no problem at all. The monsters continued to die. However, if this continued, there was no guarantee that this scorching hell would not be broken through. Therefore, Ling Xiao thought of a new doctrine. Not long ago, I refined the Undying King's Undying Plague into the 9 snake poison region's Undying Germs. Now we can test its power. Thinking of this, he released the 9 snake poison domain again. 9 snakes poison domain, Undying Germs. Smoke filled the air and spread throughout the scorching hell. Suddenly, the monster that had been burned to the point where only bones were left stood up from the raging flames. The flames were still burning, but the flames had turned blue. 1, 2, 3, in the end, the monsters that died all stood up. They turned into burning skeletons and formed a solid line of defense around Ling Xiao. They began to fight face to face with the monsters that rushed in. Although the skeletons' combat strength was not too strong, the key was that they could be constantly replenished. As long as Ling Xiao had enough true essence, as long as Ling Xiao's soul force could support it, there was no problem at all. When the number of flaming skeletons increased to about 10,000, Ling Xiao finally felt a splitting headache. He knew that this was the limit. Therefore, he no longer released the Undying Germs. Only when the flaming skeletons were lost would he replenish them. And so it went back and forth. His battle suddenly became a lot easier. Even if there were fish that escaped the net, they would not be able to escape his destruction. If someone was nearby, they would find a strange scene. Countless monsters rushed crazily in one direction. However, that place was like a black hole, constantly devouring the lives of the monsters. No matter how many monsters went, in the end, they would not return. The strange situation here made the battle in the green zone much simpler. There were not that many monsters left, and many of the martial artists in the green zone were puzzled. But in the midst of battle, no one thought too much about it. This strange situation lasted for more than 5 hours. When the sky gradually brightened, Dark Frost finally opened her eyes. "Did you break through, little girl?" Ling Xiao was sitting there, resting. Many of his flaming skeletons had evolved into skeleton generals. Their battle prowess had soared to the 9th stage of life seizing. This was because he had killed a large number of monsters. But if he was killed, he would have to start all over again. Of course, at least for now, with the help of these skeleton generals, Ling Xiao was very relaxed. In fact, he didn't even have to fight personally. I broke through. But what's going on? Darkfrost was dumbfounded. She had heard of secret techniques that could control the undead, but this was the first time she had seen one like Ling Xiao. Look, this is what you saw. I used a little trick. Since you've broken through, let's go back to the green zone. Otherwise, some people might think we ran away. Besides, I don't think we can kill all the monsters in the meteorite zone. In a few more hours, I'll probably die of exhaustion. We have to go back to the green zone and rest, Ling Xiao suggested. Let's go! Darkfrost grabbed Ling Xiao's arm and flew up into the air. In the blink of an eye, they were gone. It's too bad I can't take those skeletons with me. I'll just have to leave them to fend for themselves. After all, he had controlled them to evolve them into skeleton generals. To be honest, Ling Xiao really didn't want to leave them behind. But there was nothing he could do. He couldn't fit them in his beast ring, and even if he did, they would just be corpses in the mountain river world. Up ahead, the green zone appeared. The battle seemed to be coming to an end. However, there were still many monsters around the green zone, unwilling to leave. And perhaps because it was almost dawn, their attacks became even more frenzied. It was as if they were trying to finish the battle before dawn. The warriors in the green zone seemed to be very tired. But the period before dawn was the darkest time. It was also the time when the monsters were the craziest. No one dared to be negligent. The appearance of Ling Xiao and Darkfrost made many people excited again. Especially Darkfrost. Since she had returned, it meant that the undead king had been killed. This was definitely good news for the green zone. Otherwise, if that terrifying monster attacked, they might not be able to hold on. Chapter 3404. Where the hell did you run off to in the middle of a critical battle? Why did you have to make Arch-Chancellor Darkfrost waste her time trying to save you? As soon as Ling Xiao and Darkfrost entered the green zone, a discordant voice rang out. Ling Xiao turned to look, and sure enough, it was that idiot Yama. However, the Yama devils today seemed a little different from before. His aura was clearly much stronger than before. He broke through? Yanqi asked, his jaw dropping. Now he understood why Yama had suddenly become so arrogant. Seizing heavens and exchanging lives is also known as the ultimate life-seizing level. Once you reach that level, you'll be very close to breaking through to the reincarnation god realm. You'll be much stronger than a 9th division life-sizer. Darkfrost frowned. Big brother Ling Xiao, she said, there are only 8 days left until our agreement of 10 days. Are you sure you can beat him? Her worries weren't without reason. If Yama's cultivation base had been stuck in the 9th division of life-seizing, then Ling Xiao would have had no problem defeating him. But Yama had reached the seizing heavens and exchanging lives level. It would be very difficult for Ling Xiao to beat him. I'm not sure, Yanqi said. But don't we still have 8 days? Ling Xiao chuckled. 8 days is more than enough time for me to get stronger. If you're not sure, why don't you just cancel the agreement? After all, I'm already in the 3rd division of the reincarnation god realm. Nobody in Soul Hall is a match for me. Even if I cancel the agreement, no one would dare to say anything, Darkfrost said. As far as she was concerned, Ling Xiao was the most important person in her life. She didn't care about the agreement at all. Even if she had to fight some of the old freaks in Soul Hall, she wouldn't hesitate. That was especially true considering that Ling Xiao had killed at least 100,000 monsters in order to protect her. Although it seemed easy on the surface, it was actually very draining. Spirit stones and medicinal pills were also very expensive. Darkfrost was well aware of the situation. No need. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, it's just the heaven-seizing fate-changing realm and not the reincarnation divine realm. What am I afraid of him for? Believe me, I'm also about to break through. Moreover, you've seen my king-class Black Tortoise divine body. Even the king of the undead, an expert at the 2nd level of the reincarnation divine realm, can't kill me easily. He's just Yama. He's nothing. But Big Brother Ling Xiao, it's not that I don't have confidence in you, but there's really no need for us to take this risk. After all, there were 3 stages between the life-seizing level and the life-seizing level. The disparity in strength was too great. What's more, if I'm not wrong, Yan Shifeng will definitely give the soul-extinguishing sword to Yama. The soul-extinguishing sword is a treasure-grade Emperor artifact. It's a grade higher than your sword. The only way you can beat him is if you use Ice Age. But the problem is, you already said that you don't want the legacy of the Ice Emperor. Dark Frost finally understood why the old fox from Soul Hall had asked Ling Xiao not to use the legacy of the Ice Emperor. It was clearly a trap for Ling Xiao. I've already expected all of this, so it's not really unexpected. Unless, if you can't even defeat him, then you'll have to be careful. If I can't beat him, then how am I supposed to get you out of this damned place? Ling Xiao laughed. Dark Frost sighed helplessly. She had seen for herself how stubborn Ling Xiao was. He was really stubborn. Once he had decided on something, it was useless for anyone to change his mind. I'm talking to you, you piece of trash, Yama said, an unsightly expression on his face. His words were actually ignored. This was simply a great humiliation. Piece of trash, I heard you. You don't have to be so loud. Ling Xiao looked at Yama in disdain and said, You still have the face to say that I'm slacking off? I killed my way out and made those monsters cry for their moms and dads. Where were you at that time? Were you hiding in your mother's embrace and drinking milk? When the monster siege started, you were nowhere to be seen. Now you're pretending to be a human? You! Yama really wanted to crush Ling Xiao to death right now. However, when he saw Dark Frost beside Ling Xiao, he lost his temper. There was not even 10 days left. If he dared to touch Ling Xiao now, he would be courting death. There was no way Ming Xuan would let him live. What about me? I even killed the king of bloodthirsters. I've done a lot. You guys take your time fighting. I'll go back first. The current battle was coming to an end. Although it was dangerous, there was no need for him to make a move. With Dark Frost around, these monsters could not do anything at all. He wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to comprehend the gains from the previous battle and see if he could break through. If he could not break through on the day of the 10-day agreement, it would be troublesome to deal with Yama. Although he did not say it, he understood in his heart. Humph, empty words have no proof. And you think you can kill the king of bloodthirsters? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? Yama snorted in disdain. I have a mirror at home. If you want to pee as a mirror, you can do it. Ling Xiao mocked. Ling Xiao. Other than your sharp tongue, what else do you have? If you have the guts, fight me today. Yama could not wait any longer. He, who had broken through, wanted to get rid of Ling Xiao as soon as possible. As long as Ling Xiao lived in this world, he would be extremely unhappy. Therefore, Ling Xiao must die. What's the point of fighting you now? There are still 8 days before the 10-day agreement. Just wash your neck and wait. You'd better not run away when the time comes. Ling Xiao naturally could not fight Yama here. First of all, this was not in line with the 10-day agreement. Even if he won, the old bastards of the Soul Hall would not admit it. Second, his cultivation had not broken through yet. It was not worthwhile to fight Yama, who had already reached the snatching fate-changing realm. He might even have to use the bloodthirsty rat in the end. But the problem was, he really did not want to use it. The regression of strength caused by the bloodthirsty rat was not a big deal. The key was that it was too torturous. Every time he used it, he would feel as if his body did not belong to him, as if he had experienced the punishment of the 18 layers of hell. It was a terrible feeling. Coward! Coward! Yama mocked. You're a hero, aren't you? Why don't we have a duel? Darkross said, looking coldly at Yama. Me! Yama said, completely flabbergasted. You're a reincarnation god, Pontifex Eminence. How could I possibly dare to fight you? Coward! Coward! Darkfrost said disdainfully. You're already in the snatching fate-changing realm. I'll fight you as a reincarnation god. What do you say? Me, Yama said, not daring to fight back. After experiencing the terror of the soul-devouring domain, Yama was deeply afraid of Dark Frost. How could he possibly dare to fight Dark Frost? You piece of trash. How can you have the face to call others cowards like this? Ling Xiao is only in the 7th division of life seizing, and yet he dares to fight you to the death. And you? You're already in the snatching fate-changing realm, and yet you don't dare to fight me. Are you even a man? Dark Frost didn't give Yama any face. In fact, she was criticizing Yama as if he were nothing. Chapter 3405. Yama was already regretting his decision. Why did he make such a ruckus? Even if he had a breakthrough in his cultivation, he could just wait for the promise of 10 days. By then, he would be able to kill Ling Xiao easily. Would he still have to worry about Dark Frost not being obedient to him? He was really too impulsive. Hall Master, I have a good suggestion. In order to ease the awkwardness of his grandson, Yan Shifeng finally spoke. Let's just treat it as a celebration for the 10-day promise. Today, we'll take advantage of the fact that this monster hasn't retreated. Let's let Ling Xiao and Yama attack together. Whoever kills the most monsters in the same amount of time will win. Of course, since it's a competition, there should be a prize. I have something here called the 7 ingenious jade jewels. Rumor has it that this 7 ingenious jade can help one get rid of one's inner demons during cultivation. It's also an essential material for cultivating certain martial arts techniques. Whoever wins, this 7 ingenious jade will belong to that person. Originally, Ling Xiao was not interested in such a boring competition. However, when he heard the name of the 7 ingenious jade, he immediately laughed. This was really a case of searching high and low only to find it by chance. The 7 ingenious jade was an essential material for cultivating the saintly heavenly Ling Long sword technique. To others, it might be used to calm one's inner demons during cultivation. However, to him, it was essential. Are you serious? At the thought of this, Ling Xiao looked at Yan Shifeng and asked. Of course. Yan Shifeng nodded. All right, I'm fine with it. Ling Xiao replied straightforwardly. Hearing this, Yan Shifeng was a little surprised. He originally thought that Ling Xiao would not agree. However, he could use this to divert Dark Frost's attention. This way, his grandson Yama would not be too embarrassed. Who knew that Ling Xiao would agree so straightforwardly? Could it be that this kid had some experience in killing monsters? Of course, he was just thinking about it. Since he had already said it, it was impossible to take it back. I'm fine with it too. Yama's reply was not slow either. After being scolded by Ming Shuang, he still had a belly full of anger that he had yet to vent. This was a good opportunity for the monster to vent its anger and embarrass Ling Xiao. Why not do it? Very well. Since you've all agreed to it, you can begin immediately once you hear my command. Although Yan Shifeng's heart ached for the 7 ingenious jade in his hands, when he thought about it carefully, the difference in cultivation between Ling Xiao and his grandson was too great. No matter how he looked at it, his grandson had won this battle. He was very happy to give the 7 ingenious jade to Yama. Brat, you managed to regain some face by relying on Hall Master Darkfrost's protection. But now, let's see who can help you. Yama stood on top of the city wall and glared at Ling Xiao. Hee hee, just don't cry later. Ling Xiao mocked. What a joke. Truth be told, before his breakthrough, Yama had been a bit afraid of Ling Xiao. After all, even the fiendish demon had died. He was somewhat worried. But now that he had broken through, he didn't care about Ling Xiao at all. What a joke. He was a mighty heaven-seizing fate-exchanging expert. And Ling Xiao was just a 7th-level life-sizer. If he couldn't win, then he would be looking down on himself. Is everyone ready? Yan Shifeng asked. Perhaps it was because everyone had relaxed a lot, but now they had the time to turn around and watch the show. When they heard Yan Shifeng's voice, they all got excited. Old Lightning had been busy for a day and a night, so it wasn't a bad idea to watch the show. Who do you think will win? Duh. It's the exalted Yama, of course. There's no suspense. That's right, that's right. The difference in strength is obvious. Even if that Ling Xiao has some tricks up his sleeve, there's no way he can beat the exalted Yama. Yeah. The exalted Yama is already in the heaven-seizing fate-exchanging level. I'd bet he's even stronger than the 4 kings of all kingdoms. He's the most outstanding young genius in all of the 4 organizations. What does Ling Xiao have to compete with him? Most of the people arguing were from the Soul Hall. As for the neutral side, they were hoping that the show would be more exciting, and that no one would be the first to lose. But deep down, they were convinced that Yama would win. I'm ready, Ling Xiao said, a cold smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Since he had agreed to this competition, he had his own tricks up his sleeve. He was determined to obtain the 7 ingenious jade. Even if he had to play a little trick, he would not hesitate to do so. I'm ready as well. Yama was eager to give it a try. As an expert, he wouldn't think about outsmarting Ling Xiao. Instead, he decided to crush Ling Xiao with his strength. All right, get ready. Begin. As Yan Shifeng's voice fell, the Yama suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Extreme cold domain. Frost dragon breath. Bloodthirsty plague. Boundary martial spirit. Before Yama could react to what had happened, he found himself trapped in the boundary. Moreover, all sorts of negative statuses were added to his body, making him very depressed. This scene also stunned the people who were watching the show. Isn't this against the rules? Someone looked at Yan Shifeng and asked. Yan Shifeng was also stunned. He really didn't expect Ling Xiao to do this. Logically speaking, Ling Xiao's strength was inferior to Yama's, and he definitely wouldn't dare to provoke Yama. But looking at the current situation, it didn't seem to be the case. Of course it's not against the rules. After all, Yan Shifeng didn't say that you can't do this before. Dark Frost replied for Yan Shifeng. Yan Shifeng smiled bitterly, but there was nothing he could do. However, Yama was very happy at this moment. Idiot, I just wanted to find a chance to fight you one-on-one, but I was blocked by Palace Master Darkfrost. I didn't expect an idiot like you to deliver yourself to me. Just nice. Yama looked at Ling Xiao and said coldly. We'll see if you can catch me. Ling Xiao mocked. In this world, as long as I don't want to die, warriors below the reincarnation divine realm can forget about catching me. Are you planning to escape for the rest of your life? Besides, you and I are both trapped here. Don't even think about hunting monsters, Yama said with a frown. Who told you I couldn't? Ling Xiao chuckled, releasing the 9-snake beast soul. Then, his 9-snake venom domain bloomed among the monsters. Once again, the undying germs showed their might. At first, the monsters surrounded by the 9-snake venom domain were tormented by the germs until they died. The monsters that died were only in the 6th or 7th stage of the life-seizing level, and weren't particularly strong. But then, the monsters came back to life, transformed into flaming skeletons, and worked together to kill the monsters around them. As a result, their strength continued to rise. Actually, they didn't need to get too strong. Yama couldn't kill any of the monsters, so as long as Ling Xiao's undying germs could kill 1 or 2 monsters, he would win. Yan Shifeng had given him 1 hour. As long as Ling Xiao could last an hour without being killed by Yama, he would win. Chapter 3406. Yama was about to explode from anger when he saw the flaming skeleton in the middle of battle. You're really shameless, Yama said angrily. Shameless? If you don't have the ability, then don't say that others are shameless. I'm killing monsters fair and square. Compared to the dirty things you've done, it's much more noble, Ling Xiao said disdainfully. You're hiding to cultivate, but you're slandering and mocking people who are working hard to kill monsters. You're really shameless. Shut up, I'll kill you! Yama tried his best to calm himself down. It didn't matter if he lost the competition. As long as he could kill Ling Xiao, he didn't care about anything else. Thus, he began to attack wildly. However, Ling Xiao started to act shamelessly and refused to face him head-on. Extreme Frost Domain. Blizzard Ice Ceiling Steps. The Yama demon was very depressed by the fact that he had to fight one after another. Although Yama was indeed stronger than Ling Xiao in the Extreme Frost Domain, Ling Xiao was like a fish in water, difficult to catch. He wasted a full half an hour. Yama's face became more and more gloomy. "All right, since I can't catch you, I won't catch you. I'll show you something ruthless." The Yama demon sneered and sent out a thought. With a thought, a huge ball of lightning appeared above his head. After this ball of lightning appeared, it continued to expand, as if it was going to fill up the entire barrier. "Not good, this guy's soul secret technique is really strong." Ling Xiao frowned. Against large-scale attacks, the Extreme Frost Domain was still effective. However, the Blizzard Ice Ceiling Steps couldn't be used in this barrier. "It's about time," he muttered to himself, and then quietly withdrew his barrier martial soul. At that moment, the ball of lightning finally exploded. The area within a radius of more than 10 meters had almost become a field of lightning. "Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha, Ling Xiao, aren't you very good at dodging? Let's see how you're going to dodge now." Yama was very excited. As long as he could kill Ling Xiao, he would be happy. "I don't know what you're so happy about. It's such a powerful attack, but it doesn't have any aim. Where are you aiming?" Suddenly, Ling Xiao's voice came from behind Yama. He was actually completely unharmed. "Don't run!" Yama's heart suddenly became extremely depressed. He didn't expect that his attack would actually miss completely. He chased after Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao continued to run towards the vast wilderness. Yama hesitated for a moment before chasing after him. He didn't believe that he wouldn't dare to go to a place that Ling Xiao could. One ran while the other chased. They went straight to the place where Ling Xiao had dealt with the monster. At this moment, only 3 flaming skeletons were left on the ground. However, there was something strange about the 3 flaming skeletons. Not only had they reached the 9th division of life seizing, but they had also reached a terrifying level. Furthermore, a pair of flaming wings had sprouted from its body. "You 3, Yang Qi said. "Get over here and stop this bastard!" With a thought from Ling Xiao, the 3 flaming skeletons stopped fighting and flew up into the air to surround Yama. "Have fun, grandson," Yang Qi said. "I'm heading back." Waving goodbye to Yama, Ling Xiao turned and left. "You get back here!" Yama said angrily. He knew that Ling Xiao had played him again. He wanted to chase after Ling Xiao, but before he could even get 2 meters away, one of the flaming skeletons blocked his path. "Damn it! Just you wait, Ling Xiao. When we get back, I'm going to teach you a lesson." He didn't dare to be careless. After all, 3 flaming skeletons were in the 9th division of life seizing, and they could fly. There was no way they would be easy opponents to defeat. Meanwhile, Ling Xiao was back in the green zone. Everyone was confused to see that he was the only one who had returned. Yan Shifeng couldn't help but ask, "Where's Yama?" "How would I know? I ran, and I lost sight of him." Ling Xiao shrugged. "Damn it!" Yan Shifeng said, flying up into the air to find Yama. He knew that Ling Xiao was crafty, and that Yama was no match for Ling Xiao in terms of scheming. He could only be toyed with. Worried about Yama's safety, he decided to go check on him. "Prime Elder Yan Shifeng," Yang Qi said, "if you're going to find him, why don't you give me the 7-fold ingenuity jade? It's against the rules for outsiders to join a fight." Ling Xiao smiled. "Here you go." Without the slightest hesitation, Yan Shifeng handed the jade over to Ling Xiao. Compared to the outcome of this competition, he clearly felt that his grandson was more important. "Thank you." Ling Xiao took the 7-fold ingenuity jade and chuckled. He called out to Darkfrost, and the 2 of them left. With the flaming skeleton that was getting stronger, the remaining monsters were not a problem. Moreover, it was already dawn. The monsters were no longer as ferocious as before and had begun to retreat. Even if they didn't fight, they would all leave in a while. "What did you do to that Yama?" Darkfrost asked curiously. "Nothing much. I lured him to the place where we fought and surrounded him with my flaming skeleton," Ling Xiao said casually. "Hee hee, you're so bad!" Dark Frost couldn't help but laugh. "That's right, girl. Smile. I like to see you smile." Ever since the day Ling Xiao saw Dark Frost's expression had always been cold or bitter. It was obviously not good for a little girl to always have such an expression. He also hoped that Dark Frost could smile more. Although this kind of thing was not realistic before leaving the Soul Hall, Ling Xiao would do his best. After returning to the Green Zone, Ling Xiao quickly entered a state of seclusion. The continuous battles had benefited him a lot. He needed to calm down and integrate all the good things into his cultivation. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. "Tomorrow is the 10-day agreement. Why don't I relax?" Ling Xiao, who was on Xuanwu Lake, revealed a smile. He had already worked hard. At this time, the night of the 9th day had arrived. It was time to go and relax. Ming Xuang had been staying by his side all this time and hadn't gone out at all. He planned to take Darkfrost to the Green Zone to play before tomorrow's battle. The Green Zone was actually not small, and it had a very mature market. Especially after the last monster siege, the Undead King was killed. The warriors of the Meteorite Zone finally gained the upper hand. These days, the number of warriors coming from outside was several times more than usual. Their arrival not only brought a lot of rumors, they also brought a lot of good things. Ling Xiao planned to go to the market to try his luck. Maybe he could find the materials to cultivate the 7-star heavenly meteorite sword art. Hearing that they were going out to play, Dark Frost was obviously very happy. It was just that this child was too good at hiding her emotions. Before the smile could spread, it disappeared again. Ling Xiao shook his head helplessly. It seemed that the transformation of Dark Frost had to be done slowly. It was a little difficult to let Dark Frost recover from the pain of the past in a short time. The market was indeed very lively. At this time, people were basically talking about tomorrow's battle. Ling Xiao and Yama became the center of the topic. And the battle had obviously become a big event in the entire Green Zone. Chapter 3407. Darkfrost didn't seem to be interested in shopping, but she was very concerned about the discussions of those people. Ling Xiao sighed and was about to leave. Originally, he came out to shop to change Darkfrost's mood. Since it was useless, why should he shop? Suddenly, his eyes locked onto an item on a stall. It was a beautiful bloodstone pendant. It emitted an intoxicating light. In the eyes of outsiders, this might just be an ordinary bloodstone pendant, which was basically useless for martial artists. It was just an ordinary ornament. But Ling Xiao could feel that the remnant soul of Yushin in his body seemed to have a reaction. Could it be that this bloodstone pendant was actually related to Yushin's remnant soul? Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated. Anyway, an ordinary ornament wasn't worth much money. If he bought it, even if it was useless, it wouldn't be a loss. "Boss, how much is this thing?" Ling Xiao asked. Darkfrost also noticed the bloodstone pendant at this time. Although she didn't quite understand why Ling Xiao wanted that. But she still walked over. Seeing Darkfrost coming over, a hint of cunning flashed in the stall owner's eyes as he smiled and said, "This bloodstone pendant came from the Chicken Blood Mountain where Yushin once cultivated. The value is extremely high. But since it's Hall Master Darkfrost's friend who wants it, I'll give you a cheaper price. 100,000 middle-grade spirit stones." 100,000? Isn't it a bit too expensive? It's just an ordinary bloodstone. I can't see anything special about it. Ling Xiao frowned and said. He knew that this boss was ripping him off. It was obvious that he was cheating him. He probably thought that he was Darkfrost's friend, so he had more spirit stones. It was true that he had a lot of spirit stones, but he really didn't want to be a sucker. "Pauper, isn't it just 100,000 middle-grade spirit stones? I'll take it." At this moment, a very unpleasant voice came. Ling Xiao didn't need to look to know who it was. It was Yama. Today's Yama felt stronger than 7 days ago, although his cultivation was still at heaven's seizing fate-changing realm. However, in terms of aura, it was indeed much stronger. I was wondering who it was. It turns out that Lord Yama is still alive. Congratulations. 7 days ago, the two of them competed. Ling Xiao lured Yama out of the green zone, and then let his flaming skeletons besiege him. However, he was later rescued by Yan Shifeng. This grudge had been formed. Therefore, Ling Xiao could understand why this guy would stand out to pick a fight. Humph, I still remember what happened that day. Tomorrow is the 10th day. I don't know if you're ready to die. Yama snorted coldly. The battle between Yama and Ling Xiao tomorrow was basically known to all the martial artists in the market. Seeing the two of them actually appear here at the same time, they couldn't help but come over to watch the show. Hee, I don't know how to die. I only know how to kill, Ling Xiao said with a smile. You escaped a calamity last time. You should learn to be obedient. For tomorrow's battle, I think it's better for you to admit defeat early. Otherwise, you'll definitely die. Bullshit, how can Lord Yama lose to a guy like you who bewitches people's hearts? The Soho martial artists who stood on Yama's side naturally occupied the majority. In front of Dark Frost, they didn't dare to speak too overboard. However, they all thought that it was Ling Xiao who bewitched Dark Frost, causing Dark Frost to protect Ling Xiao at all times. This made the Soho martial artists hate Ling Xiao even more. Slap your mouth! When Ling Xiao said this, a palm print appeared on that person's face. I bewitched people's hearts? Are you trying to say that your Hall Master's brain isn't as good as yours? That person was originally hit by Ling Xiao and was still very angry. However, when he heard this, his expression immediately changed drastically. Apologies, Hall Master. I didn't mean that. Dark Frost didn't mind. If he was bewitched, so be it. In any case, she just felt that Ling Xiao treated her well. If he didn't treat her well, would Ling Xiao save her life time and time again? In this world, how many people would risk their lives for others? Ling Xiao, you're becoming more and more arrogant by relying on the Hall Master's favor. You actually dare to casually hit my inner hall martial artists, Yama said coldly. I'm arrogant. Are you going to bite me? Ling Xiao said disdainfully. You! Yama had never seen someone like Ling Xiao. He couldn't win an argument, and didn't even dare to hit him. It was simply infuriating. Just you wait. I'll definitely teach you a lesson tomorrow. He could only suppress his anger. After all, tomorrow was the last day of the promise of 10 days. Let this brat be arrogant for one more day. It was nothing. I'm already very good looking. I don't need your help, Ling Xiao said disdainfully. Yama felt that he was going crazy. He couldn't be bothered to continue entangling with Ling Xiao. Instead, he looked at Dark Frost and said, Hall Master, if you like this bloodstone pendant, I'll buy it for you. 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones is nothing to me. He had just arrived and thought that the one who wanted to buy the bloodstone pendant was Dark Frost, and not Ling Xiao. That was why he made such a move. No need. I can still afford 100,000 mid-grade spiritual stones, Dark Frost said indifferently. She didn't want to owe Yama a favor. Girl, why don't you want it? He's so rich and wants to curry favor. There's no loss in accepting it, Ling Xiao said with a smile. Seeing that Yama was so attentive, how could he reject him? All right. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, Dark Frost nodded. Thank you for your sincerity. The boss didn't care who paid, as long as they paid, it was fine. He handed the pendant to Yama. Yama respectfully handed it back to Dark Frost. Brother Ling Xiao, this is for you. Dark Frost was too naive. She didn't expect that doing this would cause such a serious blow to Yama. She actually gave the bloodstone pendant to Ling Xiao in front of Yama. Ling Xiao didn't hold back at all. He smiled at Yama and hung the pendant around his neck. Thank you, Master Yama. This little thing is really not worth 100,000 mid-grade spiritual stones. Since you are so generous, then I'll reluctantly accept it, Ling Xiao said with a smile. Dark Frost, how can you do this? Yama was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. What did I do? You were the one who thought too highly of yourself. You insisted on buying it. I told you I wasn't short on spirit stones. Dark Frost's expression was cold, and she didn't give Yama any face at all. Great. Great. That's great. Yama's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. As far as he was concerned, this was the greatest humiliation he had ever suffered. He simply couldn't accept it. And yet, with Dark Frost here, there was nothing he could do about it. Therefore, he had no choice but to vent his anger on the stall owner. Die, Yama said with a cold snort. Waving his right hand, he sent out a terrifying bolt of lightning that slammed into the stall owner. The stall owner was instantly killed. For better or for worse, the stall owner was in the 8th division of life seizing, and yet Yama had killed him with a single move. The Yama devil's strength was not to be underestimated. Ling Xiao didn't feel the slightest bit of sympathy for the dead stall owner. An ordinary bloodstone pendant was being sold for 100,000 mid-grade spiritual stones, and to the chief of Hall of Souls at that. If that wasn't suicidal, then what was? This was the primeval necropolis. If one was not strong enough to cheat others here, wouldn't that be the same as seeking death? Chapter 3408. Killing was always the main theme of the immemorial divine tomb. And the law of the jungle was even more terrifying here than anywhere else. Lord Yama, you're so impressive. Ling Xiao smiled and directly held Dark Frost's small hand in front of everyone, turned around, and left. Looking at the backs of the two people leaving, Yama's mouth was bleeding. He had bitten his gums so hard that they broke. It was enough to show how angry he was at this moment. Lord Yama, don't mind him. That kid only dares to be so presumptuous because of Hall Master Darkfrost's protection. Yes, in the end, that kid is trash. In tomorrow's battle, Lord Yama will definitely kill that kid. Yes, yes, yes. After tomorrow, Lord Yama will have the Ice Emperor's inheritance. At that time, his strength will not lose to Darkfrost's. The position of Hall Master of Soul Hall should be changed. Listening to these people's flattery, Yama's mood improved slightly. But when he saw Ling Xiao and Darkfrost holding hands, his mentality collapsed again. Bastard couple, I will definitely make you regret it. Definitely. He gritted his teeth fiercely, then turned around and walked towards Soul Hall. Today, the inner hall was holding an internal meeting. Only the upper echelons of the inner hall were qualified to participate. And the outer hall, including the hall master, were not allowed to be present. Yama could roughly guess what this meeting was about. At that time, the three ancestors would probably also appear. Ling Xiao and Dark Frost, your good days have come to an end. Beside Xuanwu Lake, Ling Xiao and Dark Frost walked together, looking at the scenery on the lake and feeling the fresh air. Dark Frost suddenly said, Brother Ling Xiao, I feel that something is wrong today. That Yama is usually not so bold. I keep feeling that there is some conspiracy brewing in the dark. You noticed it too? Ling Xiao frowned and said, Yama's eyes are flickering with madness. I also feel that something is wrong. If it was just to kill me, he shouldn't have done that. Then what should we do? Dark Frost asked. Two choices. First, we should leave the green zone now and go far away. It doesn't matter what they are plotting. Second, stay here. No matter what kind of scheme it is, we'll bear it together. Ling Xiao replied. If you leave, you'll definitely be called a coward. Don't you care? Dark Frost could not help but ask. That's nothing. I'm used to being scolded all the time. In this world, you can't live a better life just because you have a sharp tongue. If that's the case, I'll be invincible. In this world, it's all about strength. As long as we're strong enough, those bullshit will disappear sooner or later. Ling Xiao said nonchalantly. The key problem is actually you. Me? Dark Frost was stunned for a moment, and was somewhat puzzled. You've been hiding it from me, haven't you? Actually, the Soul Hall should have something on you. Otherwise, you wouldn't have stayed here forever. After all, there's only pain and torture here. Ling Xiao suddenly said. You actually know about it. Dark Frost was very surprised. You don't have to be so surprised. I'm not an idiot. There are some things that I can always sense. Ling Xiao sighed and said, Sigh, in the end, you still don't trust me completely. No. It's definitely not like that. I just don't want Brother Ling Xiao to take the risk. Dark Frost shook her head. All right, then tell me, what happened that made you have no choice but to stay in this dark place? Ling Xiao asked. Actually, it's nothing. You know, the souls of the soul race are very powerful. And unlike ordinary people, our souls are divided into two parts. One part is the life soul, and the other part is the Dharma soul. The life soul is the key to a person's survival. The Dharma soul is the key to using soul's secret arts. In fact, the two aren't so clearly separated. They are mixed with each other, so even if one soul is preserved, one can still live. My life soul is sealed by the inner hall. There's only the Dharma soul in my body, so my emotions are very indifferent. Once I'm too far away from the soul hall or away for too long, I can't do it. Shameless. Before Dark Frost finished speaking, Ling Xiao had already cursed. He really didn't expect the soul hall's inner hall to be so shameless. Not only did they make a little girl suffer immense torture, but they also wanted to control her. They actually sealed her life soul, which was half of her soul. No wonder Dark Frost didn't dare to kill Yama. It turned out that she was worried about that. Do you know where the life soul is sealed? Ling Xiao asked. It should be on a certain patriarch. Dark Frost said. I see. By keeping this thing by your side, it won't affect your movements and can control you. These guys are really sneaky. Ling Xiao's eyes flickered with hatred. Girl, don't worry. Since I know about this, I'll definitely help you get your life soul back. That's not important. Dark Frost shook her head and said, I only hope that Brother Ling Xiao can be safe and sound. They can control my life soul and can only bind me here, but they can't stop me from killing people. If they dare to do anything to you, I'll definitely make everyone in the soul hall regret it. Hearing Dark Frost's words, Ling Xiao didn't say anything else. However, he had already decided that no matter what, he would take back the life soul for Dark Frost. Even if he had to become enemies with the entire soul hall, he wouldn't hesitate. After all, if Dark Frost could become enemies with the soul hall for him, why couldn't he? Little Gold should be waking up soon. He could feel that his strength had increased a lot this time. This was very important for seizing the life soul. Furthermore, Ling Xiao had finally sensed the changes in Cold Plum when he was cultivating recently. After detoxifying Cold Plum, he had placed Cold Plum in the Mountain River realm to rest. However, a few days ago, when he went to check again, he discovered that the butterfly lady, who had always been in the Mountain River realm, had disappeared. Surprisingly, a pair of beautiful butterfly wings had actually grown out of Cold Plum's back. Moreover, he had asked Ling Mei about it, and Ling Mei said that she had an additional memory in her mind. This memory seemed to be a part of her missing memories. Ling Xiao was extremely shocked when he heard this. Cold Plum's identity had always been unknown. The butterfly lady's identity was also a mystery. Unexpectedly, there was actually a special connection between the two. This was very surprising. According to the Yuan Venerate, Cold Plum's identity might have been a human immortal from the primordial era or even in existence on par with the human monarch. However, because of the primordial war, Cold Plum's soul had shattered and turned into many parts. Cold Plum's memories had become incomplete ever since. The butterfly lady was actually a part of Cold Plum's memories. However, these memories were clearly incomplete. However, after Cold Plum fused with the butterfly lady, her strength and talent had soared. There was no need to doubt this. Chapter 3409. Ling Xiao and Dark Frost's worries were not without reason. Because at this moment, a secret meeting was being held in the inner palace. This meeting involved the future development of the Soul Palace. Sitting in the meeting room was Yan Shifeng, as well as the upper echelons of the inner palace, including Yama, Blood Demon, and Ling Qiuyan. There were also a few core elders of the inner palace. Even the 3 inner palace patriarchs had appeared. However, these 3 did not reveal their true bodies, only 3 phantoms looming in the meeting room. But no one dared to be disrespectful to them. Shifeng, everyone is here. What are you going to do? One of the patriarchs asked faintly. Many people might not know that these 3 patriarchs were the Soul Palace 3 demons in the past. Ice Demon Patriarch, Fire Demon Patriarch, and Thunder Demon Patriarch. However, their seniority was much higher than Yama and Blood Demon. They were powerhouses who had existed since the establishment of the Soul Palace. It was a pity that after their cultivation reached a certain stage, they stopped advancing. Their lifespan was decreasing rapidly. The reason why they chose the meteorite zone to come to the immemorial divine tomb this time was largely because there were enough monsters here to obtain a large number of life crystals, to extend the lifespan of the 3 demon patriarchs. If they lived for one more day, they might break through. Every time they broke through, their lifespan would increase by a lot. 3 patriarchs, my meaning is very clear. Darkfrost is no longer the palace master. We need to replace her with a new palace master, Yan Shifeng said faintly. Although many people had thought of this matter, they were still a little surprised when they heard it from Yan Shifeng. A new palace master? The problem is that Darkfrost's reputation in the outer palace is extremely high. Moreover, she killed the undead king this time, and her reputation has soared. Is it appropriate to touch her now? One of the elders asked. Now is the best opportunity, Yan Shifeng said sternly. And I have already made a comprehensive plan. When the time comes, not only will we abolish Darkfrost, the palace master, but if anyone in the outer palace dares to follow her, get rid of them all. The day will be tomorrow. Tomorrow? Isn't that the day of the battle between Ling Xiao and Lord Yama? Someone asked. That's right. After Yama kills Ling Xiao, he will definitely cause Darkfrost to lose her mind. At that point, we will launch a sudden attack. As long as I use the treasures in the inner hall, my chances of success will greatly increase. After that, let Qiu Yin possess Darkfrost. You only need to kill the traitors of the outer palace. If we succeed, our Soul Palace will have the Ice Emperor's inheritance, and the Soul Emperor's inheritance. Let me ask you, is there anyone in the western regions who can match us? Yan Shifeng said coldly. Let's do it! Yama suddenly said. Today, I met Darkfrost and Ling Xiao humiliated me. However, Darkfrost was actually helping Ling Xiao. In my opinion, if we hadn't imprisoned her soul, she would have attacked us long ago. Rather than that, it would be better to be straightforward and kill her as well. As long as her body belongs to my mother, not only will our Soul Palace not suffer any losses, but our Soul Palace will also not suffer any losses. Instead, we will become even stronger. What do you think, forefathers? Yan Shifeng raised his head and asked. When Soul Palace was founded, there was no outer palace. This outer palace was suggested by one of the palace masters. Actually, all 3 of us were against it. Slaves are slaves. To have a separate outer palace is clearly lowering the status of masters like us. The Ice Devil forefather said coldly. This plan is basically complete, but there is one point. Can Yama really defeat Ling Xiao? Forefather, please don't worry. Yama is already at the destiny-changing realm and has a supreme treasure like the soul-extinguishing sword. In addition to the barren sword art that he cultivates, killing Ling Xiao will be as easy as flipping his hand. Moreover, Ling Xiao has already been forbidden from using his most powerful Ice Emperor inheritance. In that case, what is there to be afraid of for Ling Xiao? Yan Shifeng said with a smile. Yes, if that's the case, then there's nothing to lose. However, just in case, we still have to hide Darkfrost's soul. As long as that thing is in our hands. Even if something unexpected happens, we can turn the tables in one fell swoop. The Fire Devil forefather said in a deep voice. Forefathers, please don't worry. Darkfrost's soul is in my hands. Yan Shifeng took out a round ball from his storage ring. There was a pulsing light blue light inside. It was Darkfrost's soul. As long as I, Yan Shifeng, am alive, my soul will not be lost. Yan Shifeng swore. Yama was a little speechless at the cautiousness of these old fellows. They were clearly looking down on him. However, he still did not dare to refute. After all, the three forefathers were too powerful. He could not afford to offend them. If he really offended any of them, he might even lose his life in the end. All right, let's end the meeting here. Don't make a fuss. Prepare in secret. Tomorrow will be the day of change. The Thunder Devil waved his hand, and the three figures disappeared. Then, the others left one after another. Yan Shifeng said to Yama, "Tomorrow, you are the key to the entire plan. Ling Xiao must die. Only when he dies will Dark Frost's emotions be affected. Only when her emotions are affected will I have the chance to use that treasure. Do you know? Grandpa, don't worry. In tomorrow's battle, I will definitely make Ling Xiao die without a burial ground." Yama nodded heavily. Actually, even if Yan Shifeng hadn't said it, he had already planned to do so. Ling Xiao, that fellow, was really too infuriating. No matter what, he would not let him go. The next morning, numerous martial artists had already gathered by Lake Xuanwu. In addition to the martial artists from the Hall of Souls, there were also many neutral martial artists. Everyone knew that today, Ling Xiao and Yama would have a showdown. Ling Xiao was the mysterious man with Dark Frost. Many people had come to the Green Zone recently, and many knew of his past deeds. When he was in the 6th stage of life seizing, he had killed the Mirror Devil King of the Myriad Kingdoms, and seriously injured the Koi King. He had also taken the Ice Emperor's legacy from the Dragon Shark King. 3 of the 4 kings of the Myriad Kingdoms had done nothing to stop him. It was easy to imagine how terrifying he was. However, such rumors were treated as a joke, and only a small number of people believed them. Most people thought it was just a rumor. After all, with Ling Xiao's little bit of strength, how could he possibly accomplish such a thing? This was simply too absurd. Only an idiot would believe such a laughable rumor. As for Yama, most people were familiar with him. He was a top genius from the Hall of Souls, second only to Dark Frost. His cultivation base was already in the heaven-seizing fate swap level, and he wasn't any weaker than the Dragon Shark King or the Heavenly Prince. Apparently, the Dragon Shark King had also recently broken through. As for the Heavenly Prince, he had received the legacy of the Heavenly Sword Emperor. That was why Yama needed the Ice Emperor's legacy. Chapter 34:10. A month from now, the Master of the God Devil Medallion would personally host a competition between young martial artists in the primeval god necropolis. Supposedly, the top 3 would receive personal guidance from the Master of the God Devil Medallion. And the rewards would be lavish. Perhaps that was why Yama was so desperate to get stronger. Yama had arrived early, and was sitting with the leaders of Soul Hall, waiting for the competition to begin. Right now, the only thing on his mind was the legacy of the Ice Emperor. Don't worry, Exalted Yama. You're already in the heaven-seizing fate exalted level, so why would you care about a piece of trash in the 7th division of life seizing? That's right. Given your latent talent, once you get the legacy of the Ice Emperor, you'll be even stronger. It wouldn't be surprising if you broke through to the Reincarnation God realm. In a month, you'll definitely get into the top 3 with the legacy of the Ice Emperor and the God Devil Invitational. Then you'll receive personal guidance from the Master of the God Devil Medallion. When that happens, Soul Hall will be even stronger. What do you mean top 3? I'll definitely take first place. You can't say that. I haven't even gotten the legacy of the Ice Emperor yet. Yama sounded very humble, but inside, he was feeling very good. It was almost as if he could already see himself in the God Devil Invitational a month from now. You're far too humble, Exalted Yama. If you ask me, Ling Xiao doesn't deserve the legacy of the Ice Emperor. If he got the legacy of the Ice Emperor, it would be a complete waste. It would be a complete waste. If the Exalted Yama had the legacy of the Ice Emperor, he would have mastered it long ago. Unlike that piece of trash, who hasn't made any progress. Ha! Yama chuckled, but didn't deny it. It was almost as if he had forgotten that he had failed to gain enlightenment of the Soul Emperor's legacy. It was hard to say where he got his confidence from. Why did he think he could gain enlightenment of the legacy of the Ice Emperor? It was almost laughable. And yet, everyone seemed to have tacitly chosen to ignore that fact. Of course, one had to admit that Yama was indeed powerful. Heaven-seizing fate-changing realm. On top of that, the soul-extinguishing sword that was passed down from his ancestors was a precious Emperor artifact. In addition, there was also the Baron Sword Art that he had successfully cultivated 7 days ago. That was an elementary king-level martial skill. Even in the entire western region, it was one of the top martial skills. With the three of them combined, how could Ling Xiao possibly be a match for him? However, no one realized that the atmosphere today was a little strange. In Soul Hall, almost all the inner hall martial practitioners had come out. However, only a small portion of the outer hall martial practitioners had come to guard the perimeter. This was something unusual. However, on this unusual day, no one would care about those unusual things. Everyone was eagerly anticipating the upcoming decisive battle. Time passed by, and it was already past 9 o'clock in the morning. Everyone was getting a little impatient. Doesn't that Ling Xiao live on Xuanwu Lake? Why hasn't he appeared yet? Don't tell me he slipped away? Heh. That's possible. When he made the bet with the exalted Yama, Yama was only in the 9th division of the life-seizing level. I bet he never imagined that the exalted Yama would break through. Maybe he was too scared to show up. But according to the rumors outside, he seems to be very brave and fierce. Ha! You idiot! How could you believe those rumors? That guy must have paid someone to put on a show of bravado for him. You think that's enough to scare the exalted Yama? What a joke! Whether it was the neutral camp or the Soul Hall martial practitioners, everyone was getting impatient with Ling Xiao for not showing up. None of the words they said were pleasant to hear. It was almost as if Ling Xiao really had chosen to run away. Grandpa, is Ling Xiao really still in the green zone? Yama suddenly looked over at Yan Shifeng. What's the rush? He's obviously trying to mess with your mind. If you get anxious, you won't be able to keep your cool. If you can't keep your cool, you won't be able to unleash your full power. Yan Shifeng looked at Yama. He'll come. That kid isn't afraid of dying. Actually, that's good for you. If he's not afraid of dying, you'll be able to kill him. Of course, you have to be careful. Don't be careless just because he can't use the Ice Emperor's legacy. That kid has a lot of tricks up his sleeve. You saw those strange flaming skeletons last time. Grandson understands. Yama nodded, although inwardly, he didn't think much of it. If Ling Xiao couldn't use the Ice Emperor's legacy, what was there to be afraid of? What Ling Xiao had done 7 days ago was only useful against a large number of weak opponents. In a one-on-one fight, it was useless. Bluntly speaking, it was useless. Yang Qi really couldn't think of anything to be worried about. Even as he was lost in thought, the waters of Lake Xuanwu began to churn. Soon, a figure appeared on the surface of the lake. Ling Xiao was walking across the water toward the shore. Humph. You really know how to put on an act. I can't believe you're trying to show off in a situation like this. Yama snorted coldly, clearly disdainful of Ling Xiao's actions. Ling Xiao walked across the water like a divine dragon. His black hair floated in the wind, and his green robes danced in the wind. Many of the female martial artists in the crowd couldn't help but shriek. Their shrieks irritated some of the male martial artists. What the hell is this? Come on. What a show-off! That's right. The way I see it, he's just trying to hide the fear in his heart. Don't be fooled by how calm he looks. Deep down, he's probably terrified. After all, his opponent Yama is in the heaven-seizing fate-exchanging level. And he's just a 7th division life-sizer. The difference between the two of them is huge. I can't believe you idiots don't believe me. I'm from the Glacier District. I saw this kid walk out of the Ice Emperor's tomb with my own eyes. King Dragon Shark, King Koi, and King Mirror Devil were all there. If he could take the Ice Emperor's legacy from those three, how could he possibly be weak? Many of the Glacier District martial artists were feeling indignant on behalf of Ling Xiao. Bullshit. Do you really think anyone would believe that rumor? Do you really think they're idiots? Don't listen to that idiot. The way I see it, Ling Xiao is going to die here today. The dissent was quickly suppressed. Everyone finally came to a consensus. They all felt that Ling Xiao was just a show-off who knew how to show off. He didn't have much strength. As for Palace Master Ming Xuang, such a cute little girl, she was also deceived by this guy's flirtatious appearance. Otherwise, why would she be with him? Big bro Ling Xiao, they're laughing at you. Darkfrost suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Apparently, no one had noticed her just now. I'm used to it, Yang Qi said. Most people like to follow the crowd. Whatever others say, they say. They think it's the truth. Little do they know that only a few people are right. Chapter 34:11. You don't seem to have gotten over it. Darkfrost could see the cold gleam in Ling Xiao's eyes. Heh! I might be immune, but I'm not the type to hold grudges. Ling Xiao chuckled coldly. Waving at Yama, he said, There's no need to waste any more time. Get over here. Today's arena is Lake Xuanwu. Lake Xuanwu wasn't exactly large, but it wasn't small either. It was large enough for Yama and Ling Xiao to fight. At the same time, it wasn't so large that the audience couldn't see the fight clearly. The people from Seoul Hall really wanted Yama to kill Ling Xiao in front of everyone. First, they wanted to intimidate anyone who dared to oppose Seoul Hall. Second, they wanted to show off their martial prowess. Darkfrost was standing on the shore, some distance away from Yan Shifeng and the others. However, Yan Shifeng was confident that he could control her. Everything depended on Yama. If Yama killed Ling Xiao, then the plan could begin. Yama had been waiting impatiently for a long time now. As soon as Ling Xiao called out to him, he slapped his chair and flew up into the air, landing on the calm surface of the lake. The two of them were about 50 meters away from each other. As of this moment, the atmosphere was very tense. Many of the people who had been talking suddenly shut their mouths, and waited for the fight to begin. Facing Yama, Ling Xiao didn't dare to underestimate him. Underestimating him could lead to death. He wasn't that stupid. Without any hesitation, he transformed into his unbounded Heavenly Mouse Beast Soul form, causing all of his beast souls to appear behind him. Ordinary beast soul forms could increase his power by 10 times. But the unbounded Heavenly Mouse Beast Soul form could increase his power by another 10 times. Not 20 times, but 100 times. That was a difference of 2 levels. Ling Xiao was currently at the peak of the 7th division of life seizing. Although he had been cultivating for 7 days, he still hadn't made a breakthrough. Therefore, today's battle was actually the best opportunity for him to break through. Ordinary beast soul transformation could increase his strength by 1 level, reaching the peak of rank 8. The peerless heavenly rat beast soul transformation could raise his strength by 2 tiers, reaching the peak of heavenly rat stage 9. Even so, there was still a gap of 10 times between him and Yama. He could only rely on the 9 sovereign sword tactics, the divine body of the black tortoise, and many beast souls to make up for the gap. Of course, he could still summon his Sky Tyrant martial spirit. He had already used the tyrannical Sky martial spirit several times in front of others, and he realized that he might have been worrying too much. No one seemed to recognize that the original form of the Tyrant martial spirit was the Mountain River martial spirit. Of course, even so, he was still cautious and would not use it unless he had no other choice. Other than the Sky Tyrant martial spirit, he also had other means to weaken his opponents. If all of them were combined, they might be able to win. If that didn't work, wasn't there still the sanguinary rat? Although the negative effects would be great in the end, in order to win, it didn't matter. Of course, he wouldn't use it at first. If he always relied on the sanguinary rat's self-harming secret technique, he wouldn't be able to go far. After the transformation, Ling Xiao exuded a ferocious and terrifying aura. Especially that pair of ice-cold eyes, they were deep and terrifying. The Tai Chi eye and four-leaf demonic eyes opened at the same time. Ling Xiao was ready for a tough battle. As far as he was concerned, the battle against the Yama devils was a battle of ascension, a battle to survive, and a battle to grow stronger. He couldn't lose. If he lost, he would lose everything. TSK, a monster will always be a monster. It's ridiculous that you have to transform to fight. Seeing that Ling Xiao's beast soul transformation was completed, Yama mocked. It's better than a beast in human skin, Ling Xiao said disdainfully. Yama was regretting it. He knew that he couldn't win against his opponent with words, but he still had to put in the effort. It was an arduous and thankless task. Looking at the depressed Yama, Ling Xiao didn't stop releasing his power. The intermediate king-level Black Tortoise Divine Physique was also activated. Ling Xiao's body was wrapped in a layer of yellow light. In addition, a faint shadow of a black tortoise appeared on his body. It let out a ferocious roar. Yama frowned. He didn't expect Ling Xiao to have such a divine ability in addition to the Ice Emperor's inheritance. I don't care what you're cultivating. Anyway, when you die, everything you have will be mine, Yama thought to himself. Whether it was the Ice Emperor's inheritance, or such a powerful body-refining technique, he wouldn't let go of it. In his eyes, Ling Xiao had become a huge treasure chest. As long as he killed Ling Xiao, the treasures in the treasure chest would drop one by one. If you want the good stuff on me, why don't you make a move? Ling Xiao stood there, ready for everything. Facing Yama, he didn't show the slightest fear. His fighting spirit was even rumbling. Well, since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Yama snorted coldly. In his opinion, Ling Xiao was too weak to take the initiative to attack. But he was different. The cultivation of the heaven-changing fate realm gave him an extremely powerful combat strength. What was he afraid of? But even so, he still planned to test Ling Xiao's situation at first. After all, Ling Xiao was very cunning. He had to be on guard. Yama stepped lightly on the green water. His body trembled and suddenly shot out. He didn't use the soul-extinguishing sword. He didn't even draw his sword. He just punched out. He used a martial arts technique at the peak of the general level, not his trump card. He didn't underestimate his opponent. Although Yama was frivolous, he didn't dare to underestimate his opponent in a life-and-death battle. The reason why he used a martial arts technique at the peak of the general level was precisely because he was cautious. The boat was small, so it was easy to turn around. The moves were small, so it was easier to adapt. Otherwise, once he used his ultimate move, it would be too late to regret. Of course, this also had to do with Yama's arrogance. After all, he was in the heaven-changing fate realm. Why would he use a king-class martial arts technique against a 7th-level life-sizer? He moved with incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Ling Xiao. However, the Yama demon had used the Soul Race's most proficient fighting style before his fist even touched Soaring Cloud. Soul-stirring devil light! His eyes abruptly shot out a purplish-black light. In that instant, Ling Xiao felt dizzy, and his limbs couldn't move. A secret soul technique? The moment he sensed his opponent's intention, Ling Xiao's soul power was already activated. He instantly neutralized the soul-stirring devil light's attack, and then used his fists to block in front of him. Wind-chasing devil lightning fist! The instant he used the soul-stirring devil light, Yama's fist slammed into Ling Xiao's arms. All of this seemed complicated, but it happened in the blink of an eye. A terrifying force slammed into Ling Xiao's arms. Ling Xiao felt as if he had been hit by a mountain, and he was sent flying backward. Waves rolled beneath his feet. He flew back dozens of meters before coming to a stop. Yama didn't pursue. Instead, he clasped his hands behind his back and stood there proudly. Looking coldly at Ling Xiao, he said, I told you, in my eyes, you're a piece of trash. Killing you is as easy as playing with a toy. I can toy with you to death. Chapter 34:12. Yama was very pleased with himself for suppressing Tang Wulin with one strike. Seeing this scene, everyone exclaimed in surprise. The Yama demons are still strong. They managed to make Ling Xiao suffer a loss with just one move. Yama is strong, but Ling Xiao is too weak. This battle has been boring from the start. I think it's quite interesting. Let's see how Lord Yama kills that trash. Isn't that good? Everyone's discussion represented the current situation of the battle. Darkfrost clenched her fists, somewhat worried. However, Ling Xiao's face didn't show the slightest trace of fear. Soul-moving demonic light? Soul secret art? Interesting. It's impolite not to reciprocate. Ling Xiao's lips curled into a confident smile, and then he suddenly shot out. The ghost god's seal had already formed in his hand. Yama looked disdainfully at the charging Ling Xiao, not even interested in dodging. This was because he didn't believe that Ling Xiao could hurt him. Four-leaf demonic eyes, soul catcher. When they were only 2 to 3 meters away, Ling Xiao's four-leaf demonic pupils suddenly opened. A strange light penetrated the 2 or 3 meters. It hit Yama. In that moment, the Yama demon froze in place. Only when Ling Xiao's ghost god seal was almost touching his body did he react. His hasty block made him look very wretched. His body was also sent dozens of meters away. You want to play me to death? Then why are you retreating? Ling Xiao stood there and didn't pursue. Instead, he looked at Yama mockingly, returning the words back to him. That Ling Xiao isn't of the soul race, right? But in that instant, why did it feel like his soul force was stronger than many soul race martial artists? Yan Shifeng frowned. Many soul hall martial artists also saw it. Just now, Yama had been affected by Ling Xiao's soul technique. Logically speaking, this was simply impossible. After all, Yama was a well-known figure among the soul race martial artists. Everyone knew how strong his soul force was. Humph, even if you know how to use soul power, how can you compare to my soul race? What's more, your attack is weak and powerless. It's only fit to tickle me, Yama said disdainfully. Even if I stand here and let you blast me, you won't be able to kill me. Your attack isn't that great either, Ling Xiao sneered. Then I'll let you try again. Yama was infuriated. He had actually suffered a loss, but he absolutely did not believe that. He was a mighty heaven-seizing fate-exchanging expert, and yet he was dealing with a mere 7th division life-sizer. He actually had to rely on a king-level martial skill to defeat Ling Xiao. Therefore, the sudden attack he launched was still the wind-chasing Devil Thunder Fist, which was still a martial arts technique at the peak of the general realm. Ling Xiao sneered when he saw Yama's attack. The earthen yellow light around him transformed into an enormous Xuanwu turtle. The Xuanwu turtle completely enveloped him. Did he really think he could hurt him with a martial arts technique at the peak of the general realm? This time, he didn't try to defend himself. He simply stood there, allowing his opponent to attack him. A look of disdain and coldness appeared in his eyes. His actions caused cries of astonishment to ring out from the crowd. Is that kid trying to get himself killed? Does he really think he can block His Excellency Yama's attack by relying on his defense alone? He's crazy. He's definitely crazy. His opponent is a heaven-seizing fate-exchanging expert, and he's using a martial arts technique at the peak of the general realm. Unless he has a king-level body-tempering art or a defensive technique, how could he possibly dare to do something like this? What a bunch of idiots. Even Prince Tian couldn't kill Ling Xiao. I refuse to believe that Yama can. Most people in the crowd thought Ling Xiao was crazy, but there were also people who had complete confidence in Ling Xiao. Darkfrost stood there nervously. However, she forced herself to remain calm. He can do it. There's no problem. Darkfrost told herself in her heart that Ling Xiao was definitely not trying to get himself killed. He really had the ability to resist this kind of attack. She believed in Ling Xiao. You're courting death. Yama didn't think too much. This time, he didn't use his soul force. Anyway, his opponent didn't intend to dodge. Although he didn't quite understand why Ling Xiao was doing this. Since his opponent had given him such a good opportunity, why should he waste it? Amidst the roar, The wind-chasing devil thunder fist crazily bombarded Ling Xiao's body. The attack was real. Yama was sure of that. However, he didn't feel very good. This punch didn't feel like it had hit a human body. Instead, it felt more like it had hit a mountain. Hard. Other than hard, there was no other feeling. Suddenly, Ling Xiao's body burned with crazy flames. The flames instantly spread to Yama's fist. At first, Yama didn't pay much attention to it. How could an ordinary flame hurt Yama? However, the moment he felt the stinging pain, he finally screamed and retreated. Strange flame! Amidst the screams, he retreated a full 60 to 70 meters before he finally used his true essence to expel the strange flame. After all, he was a heaven-changing realm martial artist. Although he would still be burned by the strange flame, he had the ability to resist. However, he looked a little embarrassed at the moment. On his fist there were burn marks. There was also a faint smell of meat in the air. On the other side, Ling Xiao didn't retreat an inch. The powerful intermediate king divine body of the black tortoise gave him a terrifying defensive power. Together with the canopied beast soul, he could completely merge with nature on this black tortoise lake. In fact, Yama didn't feel like he had hit a mountain. He really hit a mountain. By controlling nature, one could borrow power. Power was everywhere. It could be used to attack and defend. Ling Xiao was borrowing the power of this black tortoise lake. There was naturally a reason why he chose to fight here, and that was to ensure that he wouldn't die. Ling Xiao's black tortoise divine body was incomparably powerful. Even the extremely cold blizzard in the glacier area couldn't destroy him. Now, his black tortoise divine body had advanced further. Even if a reincarnation realm martial artist wanted to kill him, it would be very troublesome. Not to mention a mere heaven-changing realm martial artist. Because Ling Xiao basically acted alone, he had always had high requirements for speed and defense. Because with these two, he would be in an invincible position. He had to protect himself first before he could think of a way to destroy his opponent. Now, in this immemorial divine tomb, no one could reach the terrifying level of the black tortoise divine body in terms of defense. Damn, no way! Ling Xiao is actually so strong? Everyone's eyeballs fell to the ground again. Just now, Ling Xiao used a secret soul technique to make Yama suffer a loss. This time, a strange fire broke out and burned Yama's arm. This was completely different from what they had expected. In their expectations, Ling Xiao should have been killed without any resistance. But now, Ling Xiao seemed to have the upper hand. Yama's expression was also very ugly. He finally understood why his grandfather and mother told him not to underestimate Ling Xiao. They told him not to underestimate the enemy. This Ling Xiao was really difficult to deal with. Although he wasn't strong, he had a lot of tricks. Chapter 34:13. It was Yama who attacked, but the one who was injured was Yama himself. What was Ling Xiao's body refining technique? Why was it so powerful? Everyone was shocked. They knew very well that Ling Xiao had used this special body refining technique to block Yama's attack. Moreover, he had injured Yama with the alien fire. However, they had no idea what kind of body refining technique Ling Xiao used and how he could use the alien fire. The people of the Hall of Souls were silent. Everyone's face seemed to have been slapped hard, and they could not say a word. They were all clamoring that Yama could easily kill Ling Xiao, but in the end, this was the situation. A rare smile appeared on Darkfrost's smiling face. Although she had lost her life spirit and her emotions were not as rich, she could still show it at this time. My Lord Yama, didn't you say that you could kill me with one blow? Then what are you doing now? Ling Xiao stood there and looked at Yama mockingly. I advise you to use your king-level martial technique. A peak general-level martial technique can't break my defense at all. You're just wasting your effort. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, Yama's face became even gloomier. He had lost a lot of face today. If they couldn't turn the situation around, then it would really be a huge loss of face. Those martial artists who were watching the show were probably laughing at him now. At the thought of this, he was burning with anger. Well, since you want to see my king-level martial technique, I'll show you. However, the release of the king-level martial technique will also be the arrival of your doom. Yama roared as if to vent the depression in his heart. Don't talk nonsense. I'm waiting to see. Ling Xiao hooked his finger, looking very calm. It was this calmness that made Yama very angry. He stopped talking nonsense and directly closed his eyes. Then, a sky full of light suddenly appeared above his head. These lights instantly condensed and turned into balls of lightning. A black thunderball. Primary King Tier Secret Technique, 3000 Fiendish Thunder Jade. As expected, the Soul Race martial practitioners preferred Soul Mystic Arts. Although Yama's melee attacks weren't weak, that wasn't his forte. He didn't know if there were really 3000 Devil Thunder Jades in the sky. However, they were indeed densely packed and enveloped Ling Xiao, not giving Ling Xiao a chance to escape at all. The Yama demon stood there, his eyes suddenly open as he watched all of this with cold indifference. He gently raised his hands, as if controlling the attack of the 3000 Devil Thunder Jades. With soul force combined with true essence, this Yama was worthy of being called a Spiritus genius. His strength was truly not to be underestimated. However, Ling Xiao discovered something. Among the 3000 Devil Thunder Jades, there was only one that could truly cause damage. Everything else was a pretense. Of course, this was seen through the Taiji eye. If it were others, they wouldn't be able to recognize it at all. The final result could be imagined. In the eyes of most people, there was no difference between the 3000 Devil Thunder Jades. Each one was incomparably real. Each one could cause great damage. But it just so happened that Ling Xiao was the nemesis of this kind of camouflage. There was no camouflage that could escape his Taiji eye. Boom! The 3000 Devil Thunder Jades exploded at the same time, charging toward Ling Xiao. At the same time, the corners of Ling Xiao's mouth curled into a sneer. Another figure emerged from the bottom of the water, holding the bloodthirsty demon's sword in his hand. Condensing the Soul Exalt Spirit Heaven Sword Art, he charged toward Yama. Everyone's attention was on the sky. The Devil Thunder Jades had already completely enveloped Ling Xiao. Everyone was guessing how Ling Xiao would resist, or how to escape. But no one realized that Ling Xiao actually used the characteristics of the Canopy Beast Soul to sneak attack Yama from the bottom of the water. When a terrifying murderous aura attacked from the bottom of the water, only then did the Yama Devil react. What? He was really taken aback. Because he didn't know how Ling Xiao could avoid the attack of his 3000 Devil Thunder Jades. One had to know that the 3000 Devil Thunder Jades were enveloped in a circular shape, including the bottom of the water. Unless Ling Xiao saw through the essence of the 3000 Devil Thunder Jades, he could avoid the only point of attack. But how was that possible? The bloodthirsty demon's sword revealed a bloodthirsty aura, dense and terrifying. Yama knew that this must be a king-level martial technique. He didn't dare to be negligent. He hurriedly used his movement technique and frantically retreated. As one of the Soul Palace's 3 demons, as the grandson of Yan Shifeng, he still had a good movement technique. The king-level movement technique allowed him to instantly turn into a cloud of black smoke, frantically retreating. Kill! Ling Xiao's sword didn't stop because of his sudden retreat. The Soul Exalt Spirit Heaven Sword Art released a sharp sword intent, piercing Yama's soul realm. The Yama screamed and spat out a mouthful of blood. He almost fell out of the black smoke. It wasn't that Yama was too weak, but that Ling Xiao was too cunning. Even if Yama was at the heaven-changing fate realm, he was caught off guard by Ling Xiao's sneak attack. There wasn't much he could do. Being able to keep his little life was already very good. Drip, drip, drip. Blood dripped from Yama's mouth, dyeing the water under his feet red. Yama's face was shocked and angry. How could you know the secret of the 3000 Devil Thunder Jades? And even if you knew, how did you determine the real point of attack? Yama wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and asked coldly. Hee, are you stupid? If you admit defeat now, I might tell you, but we're still fighting. Ling Xiao smiled and said. I admit that you're stronger than me, so I had to use all kinds of methods to make you make a mistake. If you can't kill me with certainty, then the one who will be played to death today will definitely be you. The current Ling Xiao was just like a hunter, while Yama was more like a ferocious wild beast. If it was a head-on clash, the hunter was naturally not the wild beast's match. But the hunter had brains. Regardless of whether it was a trap or a mechanism, all in all, to be able to play a ferocious wild beast to death, that was a good hunter. Humph, you finally admitted that you're not as strong as me, Yama said with a cold snort. Yeah, so what if I admit it? I've killed martial artists stronger than me before, more than hundreds and thousands. So what if you're strong? If you don't have brains, you're just a crazy wild boar, Ling Xiao said mockingly. Why, you actually dare to say that I'm a wild boar too? Yama already could not control himself. He was a person of high status and authority to begin with. He valued face more than anything else. Now, there was actually a trash who dared to say that he was a wild boar. It was impossible for him not to be furious. The frenzied him finally took out his most terrifying trump card, the soul-extinguishing sword. Sure enough, Yan Shifeng even gave the soul-extinguishing sword, that kind of treasure, to Yama. That's a treasure-grade Emperor artifact. Once the soul-extinguishing sword is unleashed, how can Ling Xiao possibly still have chances of winning? As the saying goes, 1 force defeats 10. Even if that brat's brain is any smarter, it's also of no use. Hear that, right? Wail, your heart is wailing. Yama wielded the soul-extinguishing sword in his hand, just like a terrifying fiend god. Soul-extinguishing sword coupled with desolate sword art, you absolutely have no possibility of living. Chapter 34:14. The power of desolation was a power that could destroy anything. Everyone could see that the soul-extinguishing sword was emanating a will of desolation. The lake suddenly turned into stagnant water. The fish in the water floated up, belly up, and then turned into skeletons. How terrifying! Everyone was trembling with fear. Dark Frost was equally worried. Ling Xiao's forehead was beaded with sweat, but his expression didn't change. Should he use the Tyrant martial soul now? Or the Blood Rat Devil? No! It wasn't time yet. If he didn't make a breakthrough, he definitely wouldn't use those two powers. He had also realized that after reaching the 7th level of life seizing, it was much more difficult to make breakthroughs. Even if he had enough power, he wouldn't be able to break through. Ling Xiao wanted to break through. Therefore, he had to find a way out of this predicament. What was there to be afraid of? Even if he died, he could still use life reversal. It was worth a gamble. Having reached this point in his train of thought, he gritted his teeth and faced Yama. Prepare to die, Ling Xiao! Desolate sword incantation, life-reaping sword! With a shake of the soul-extinguishing sword in his hand, Hell Demon's figure flickered as his soul force and true yuan merged into the soul-extinguishing sword. The desolate sword incantation was a martial technique that relied on soul power and true energy to complement each other. It was more suitable for spirit-kin cultivators. However, it was more suitable for human cultivators with powerful soul power. For example, Ling Xiao. Therefore, Ling Xiao was very interested in the desolate sword incantation. If he could get it, that would be for the best. After all, it would give him another powerful martial technique, and give his powerful soul power a second chance. Time to go all out. Facing Yama's attack, Ling Xiao didn't plan on dodging. There was no point in dodging. If he dodged, the pressure wouldn't be great enough, and the threat wouldn't be great enough to break through. Revered Ice Sword Incantation! Revered Fire Sword Incantation! Ice and Fire Fuse, Dual Swords Attack! It was 10 times as powerful as an elementary king-class martial technique. Of course, it still couldn't make up for the difference in cultivation base. But at the very least, he would be able to block Yama's attacks and not be killed. Rumble! A terrifying explosion erupted above the Xuanwu Lake. Huge waves that were more than 10 meters high rose from the surface of the water. Then, the two figures retreated almost at the same time. However, this time, Yama only retreated 2 or 3 steps. However, Ling Xiao was sent flying dozens of meters away. The difference between them was obvious. Yama was stunned. He thought that as long as he used the desolate sword technique and the soul-extinguishing sword, it would be enough to kill Ling Xiao. But what was going on with Ling Xiao's martial technique just now? The two moves were unleashed simultaneously, but it felt as if their power had not only increased by twofold, but even more. Perhaps Ling Xiao won't lose this battle so quickly, someone said. His combat skills are truly brilliant. Unfortunately, even with such brilliant combat skills, he still doesn't stand a chance against the Yama devils. Many people had already realized that Ling Xiao was extraordinary. But they still felt that it was meaningless. It could only delay Ling Xiao's death. Other than that, it was useless. Good. Let's see how many times you can block, Yama sneered. He knew that he had the upper hand at this time. But he didn't know that Ling Xiao was deliberately trying to fight him head-on. Otherwise, with his intellect, he would not even know how he died after being played by Ling Xiao. Next, Yama began to attack continuously. And Ling Xiao was desperately resisting. Because of the breakthrough in cultivation base, Ling Xiao's true essence had greatly increased. For Ling Xiao, the two swords could be used continuously. Although the consumption was still relatively large, he could maintain it with the help of pills. At least, there was no problem for him to maintain it for a few hours. On the surface of the lake, waves were constantly rising. One was desperately resisting. One was desperately attacking. The two of them kept colliding with each other in extremely fast movements. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 minutes had passed. Incredible! That Ling Xiao is really good at enduring. He's been hit so many times, and yet he's still holding on. If you look closely, it looks like he's blocking all of Yama's attacks. What's the point? He's a 7th division life-sizer. There's no way his true essence can't compare to Yama, who's in the heaven-seizing fate-exchanging level. If things keep going on like this, he's definitely going to die. Of course, no one knew what Ling Xiao was doing. As far as Ling Xiao was concerned, this was a wild gamble that he couldn't afford to lose. If he lost, he might lose everything. He might even lose his life. If he won, he would have everything. He could sense that Yama's frenzied attacks were causing cracks to appear in his cultivation base barrier. And those cracks were getting bigger and bigger. Eventually, they became the gateway to a breakthrough. By now, the gateway was already halfway open. Up in the sky, tribulation lightning seemed to be brewing. But because the battle was in full swing, no one noticed. And even if they did, they probably wouldn't think that it was tribulation lightning. How troublesome! Yama was already panting. Of course, Ling Xiao's condition was even worse than his. Not only that, but Ling Xiao's body was riddled with injuries. Even 2 of his ribs were broken due to the strong impact. The pain made him feel very uncomfortable. Thankfully, his body's regenerative abilities were strong. Minor injuries could be healed in a matter of seconds. Even broken ribs could be healed in a short period of time. That was one of the benefits of the king-level Xuanwu divine body. All I can say is that your attacks aren't strong enough. Panting, Ling Xiao swallowed a few more medicinal pills. That was one of his advantages. As a doctor, he had a huge advantage that others couldn't achieve. He could eat as many medicinal pills as he wanted. Is that so? Then I'll let you try something even stronger. Yama's eyes flashed with a cold light. The soul-extinguishing sword in his hand radiated an even more sinister sword energy. The terrifying sword intent caused the spectators on the shore to tremble in fear. Desolate sword incantation, sword of death. This was the second form of the desolate sword incantation, and it was filled with the aura of death. It was even more domineering than the life-reaping sword, and even more ferocious. Frenzied power converged on this attack. Yama was like a peerless sword devil. Sword light flashed, and the wind and clouds stirred. Black Tortoise Lake, and waves rose to the heavens. The sword energy of the soul-extinguishing sword was like a god of death from hell. The aura of death completely enveloped Ling Xiao. So scary! Ling Xiao frowned. He had to admit that the sword of death was many times stronger than the life-reaping sword. There was no way to defend against two swords. That said, it was also an opportunity. If this sword attack was strong enough, it might be able to open the door to a breakthrough, and allow him to step into the 8th level of life seizing. Bring it on! Ling Xiao gritted his teeth. 3 swords appeared at the same time, then merged into the western domain map of the Great Tombs. Revered Flames Heaven Scorching Sword. Revered Ice's Heaven Freezing Sword. Revered Soul's Heaven Spirit Sword. 3 swords combined. Kill! The sword of death once again collided with the combined attack of the 3 swords in the void. The terrifying explosion caused nearly a third of the water in Lake Xuanwu to fly up into the air. People could even see what was happening at the bottom of the lake. Chapter 34:15. The collision this time was too amazing. The attack power of both sides had reached an unimaginable level. It's too abnormal. Yeah, what's that? 3 sword moves merged into one, the power should be at least 10 times stronger, right? TSK, we really underestimated this Ling Xiao. That's right, every time we thought he was going to die, he always brings us a huge surprise. Ning Shuang's eyes were filled with anxiety and worry. She knew what Ling Xiao was doing. But because she cared too much about Ling Xiao, she was even more worried. As the saying goes, too much concern makes one confused. Fortunately, she still had the last bit of willpower, and didn't immediately rush out to help Ling Xiao. Once she rushed out, she was afraid that today's battle could only be considered as Ling Xiao's failure. Work hard, brother Ling Xiao, I know you can do it. Darkfrost gritted her teeth, and there were already bloodstains on her 2 small hands. Because she used too much strength. Yama's arms were constantly trembling. As Ling Xiao's opponent, his feelings were the most obvious. He could obviously suppress his opponent, but he couldn't defeat him. What kind of feeling was this? It was too sullen. And what shocked him the most was that he held the soul-extinguishing sword and used the second move of the Baron Sword tactics. But he still couldn't kill Ling Xiao. This Ling Xiao seemed to always have a way to resist his attack. Although every time he was blasted dozens of meters away, or even hundreds of meters away. Although every time, he seemed to be injured. But when he fought again, many of his injuries had healed. Could it be that you have an immortal body? Yama simply felt a little depressed, extremely depressed. You said that? Ling Xiao smiled. Today's battle may be over soon. He looked at the sky. Black clouds pressed down. The terrifying thunder tribulation finally arrived. The door of breakthrough had been completely opened. He's going to break through. Yan Shifeng suddenly stood up. He absolutely didn't expect this situation. The current Ling Xiao was so difficult to deal with. If he let Ling Xiao break through, what would happen? He couldn't imagine. Kill him, quick! Absolutely can't let him break through. Yan Shifeng shouted loudly. Yama also noticed that there was a thunder tribulation brewing in the sky, and it felt very powerful. He knew that his grandfather was right. He must kill Ling Xiao before he broke through. Otherwise, once he broke through, he would completely lose his chance. Yama raised the soul-extinguishing sword. The Baron sword art had a total of 4 moves, and he had only learned the first 3. He had originally planned to use the 3rd move as a last resort. But now, it should be used. Baron sword tactics, sword! Extinction was more terrifying than death. Death seemed much gentler in the face of extinction. Before the sword was even unleashed, it had already brought about an earth-shattering destructive intent. At this moment, the first wave of thunder tribulation fell. Using my body to control the divine thunder, blast it to death. Everyone thought that this was the best time for Yama to attack. However, no one expected the next change. They were dumbfounded. Ling Xiao actually took the initiative to welcome the divine thunder. He integrated the divine thunder into his body, and then released it. The terrifying demonic thunder arrived in front of Yama in an instant. Yama wanted to dodge, but he didn't have a chance. The speed of the thunder and lightning was too fast. Not to mention the natural thunder. Borrowing the momentum, controlling the thunder. This guy's mastery of skills has surpassed us. In the darkness, the three ancestors of the Hall of Souls couldn't help but stand up. Even they were shocked by Ling Zhao's talent. The demonic thunder hit Yama. Yama screamed. The attack that he had just condensed shattered. Although he wasn't seriously injured, there were many burn marks on his body. How is this even possible? He's only a 7th division life-sizer. He just broke through to the 8th division. How could he have such terrifying tribulation lightning? Yama was completely shocked. That was demonic lightning. And it was 9-fold demonic lightning. Grandson, you have to be careful. His next tribulation lightning bolts are going to get stronger and stronger. Yan Shifeng wanted to help, but in the end didn't. Dark Frost was there, and even if he did, he wouldn't be able to succeed. No way! When I reached the heaven-seizing life-saving level, I only had to deal with 10 waves of mortal lightning. He broke through to the 8th division of life-seizing, and now he has to deal with 9 waves of demonic lightning? This is unbelievable. Yenemo didn't believe it, but the pain he felt when the demonic lightning struck his body was absolutely real. It was completely absurd. By this point, he was already starting to panic. He stared blankly at Ling Xiao, wondering if this guy was really human. See, I was right. Ling Xiao killed King Mirror Devil and defeated King Koi. Don't tell me the rumors are true. Aren't they just rumors? Just what kind of freak did our exalted Yama encounter this time? The Soul Hall martial artists were starting to worry about Yama. They couldn't help but worry. After all, Ling Xiao was using tribulation lightning as his weapon. Every time a bolt of tribulation lightning struck, it would temper his body, and he would use it to attack. Then, he would attack Yama. His goal was to ensure that Yama didn't have a chance to attack him while he was breaking through. Once again, the battle was in a deadlock. However, this time, Yama was the one who was nervous. Meanwhile, on the other side, the bored Outer Sanctum disciples were sitting around chatting. As far as they were concerned, the Soul Hall was as calm as ever. In fact, the rumbling sounds coming from the direction of Lake Xuanwu got them excited. However, the higher-ups of the Inner Sanctum had ordered them not to leave their posts, so they could only sit around and chat. I wonder what they're guarding. Who would dare to make a move against the Soul Hall in the Green Quarter? That's right. The Inner Sanctum martial artists have all gone to watch the battle. We're just wasting time here. It's so boring. While they were talking, they didn't notice that a palm-sized golden bird had flown across the sky and landed in the empty Inner Sanctum. Xiao Jin had woken up last night. Furthermore, Xiao Jin's strength had soared to the heaven-changing fate realm. The things he had devoured last time had really helped him a lot. The reason why he had appeared in the Soul Hall was naturally for Darkfrost's life soul. He wasn't sure if the life soul was with those old guys or hidden in the Soul Hall. Therefore, under Ling Zhao's arrangement, Xiao Jin snuck into the Soul Hall to look for the life soul. If he found it, he would naturally steal it. In the Green Quarter, the Soul Hall martial artists didn't know about Xiao Jin's existence. This was definitely an extremely advantageous situation for Ling Xiao. Back on the Xuanwu Lake battlefield, the terrifying demonic lightning tribulation was left with the last bolt. A victorious smile appeared on Ling Zhao's face. I don't know if Xiao Jin is doing well, but I'm going to win this battle. Chapter 34:16. Rumble. Terrifying rumbling sounds echoed out one last time. Ling Zhao's aura had just undergone a heaven-shaking, earth-toppling transformation. He broke through. He finally broke through. Yan Shifeng and the others from the Soul Hall all had very unsightly expressions on their faces. Back when Ling Xiao was only in the 7th division of life-seizing, he had been able to block Yama's frenzied attacks. Now that he was in the 8th division of life-seizing, how terrifying would he be? The neutral martial artists were all completely shocked. Who could ever have guessed that something like this would happen? Yama had fought bitterly, and although he had the upper hand, he still wasn't able to defeat Ling Xiao. In the end, Ling Xiao had achieved a breakthrough. What was going on? Everyone was completely flabbergasted. Dark Frost was the only one who was smiling, a radiant smile on her face. She didn't have a fate soul, so it was rare for her to smile like this. Ling Xiao had said that once he broke through to the 8th division of life seizing, he would be able to transform with the help of his unbounded heavenly rat. That would give him power that was infinitely close to the heaven-seizing fate-changing level. And if he could use some special divine abilities, defeating Yama wouldn't be a problem at all. So what if you broke through? You're still an 8th division life-seizing piece of trash. You think you can beat me? Moments ago, Yama had been struggling to deal with Ling Xiao's tribulation lightning. But now, the tribulation had stopped. He felt that it was time to end the fight. He hadn't been able to unleash the 3rd stance of the Desolate Sword incantation. Now that his opponent was free of tribulation lightning, he could use it without fear. You're all talk, aren't you? Ling Xiao said disdainfully. I'm only in the 7th division of life seizing, and you can't even kill me. Now that I'm in the 8th division, there's no reason for you to be so mysterious. How arrogant! Let's see how strong you are now! With a cold snort, Yama waved his soul-extinguishing sword. Without any hesitation, he unleashed the life-reaping sword. Although the life-reaping sword wasn't as powerful as the sword of death or sword of extermination, it was fast and didn't consume much energy. Of course, its power would not be weak either. As soon as the life-reaping sword appeared, the air was filled with the chilling sword chi. The Black Tortoise Lake's water exploded, filling the sky. Ling Xiao smiled as he held the Ice Supreme's sword in his hand. He casually waved his hand. Cold air danced in the air. The rising waves actually froze in an instant. Venerable Ice performed the frozen sky sword art alone. This time, Ling Xiao did not use 2 or 3 swords. Because he wanted to test his strength after the breakthrough. The icy cold air instantly enveloped the sword chi of the life-reaping sword. A terrifying energy suddenly erupted. Yama's life-reaping sword was almost sent flying. The remaining icy sword energy pierced towards Yama's body. Impossible! He only broke through a realm. How did he become so terrifying? As he roared, the Yama devil thought. A ball of lightning fell and shattered the remaining icy sword chi. Although he wasn't injured. Just now, Ling Xiao had needed to use 2 swords to block his life-reaping sword. But now, a single sword strike was enough to suppress his life-reaping sword. This caused the Yama to be extremely shocked. So strong! That's not an 8th division life-sizer. He's actually in the heaven-seizing fate-exchanging level. A genius! He's a genius! And he's not just an ordinary genius. He's a freak! Countless onlookers were so shocked that their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. They simply couldn't wrap their heads around the fact that Ling Xiao, who had just been taking a beating, had suddenly become so terrifying after breaking through. Of course, the leaders of the inner sanctum couldn't accept it. Naturally, they supported Yama. After all, Yama was on their side. After all, they wanted to acquire the legacy of the Ice Emperor. And yet, as of this moment, their self-confidence was completely shattered. Ling Xiao, who was only in the 8th division of life seizing, had become so terrifying. None of them could ever have guessed that something like this would happen. It seems Ling Xiao's secret isn't just the legacy of the Ice Emperor. Perhaps the legacy of the Ice Emperor is just icing on the cake. What's truly frightening is something else. Yan Shifeng's brow furrowed. For the first time, he realized that offending Ling Xiao had been a very unwise move. The truth was that he had guessed right. Ling Xiao's greatest trump card was his martial soul of tyrants. Other than that, everything else was just icing on the cake. What he needed was something that could make him stronger, not something that could keep him safe. Perhaps only the martial soul of tyrants would be able to accompany him to the end. Yan Shifeng, it seems Yama is going to lose. Should we continue with the plan? The Ice Devil asked coldly from within the darkness. Lose? Patriarch, you worry too much. Yan Shifeng chuckled. Yama hasn't revealed his final trump card yet. Back when he was cultivating that martial art, he used the life crystals of several 9th Division Life Caesars. He should have succeeded by now. That would be for the best, Fire Devil said coldly. However, regardless of how the fight between Ling Xiao and Yama turns out, we still have to proceed with the plan. The legacy of the Soul Emperor can't fall into that brat's hands. There's no need for the Dark Frost to exist anymore. That's right, Patriarch Thunderdevil said, nodding. Although the three of them hadn't revealed their true forms, they had always existed within something. Something that could slow down their aging and prolong their feeble existence. If they fought, their life force would age even faster. Don't worry, Patriarchs, Yang Qi said. Today's plan won't change based on the result of the fight between Yama and Ling Xiao. However, if Yama wins, that would be even better. That would make Dark Frost even easier to deal with, Yan Shifeng said. Meanwhile, back on Lake Xuanwu, Yama had already begun his transformation. His body was turning bright red, just like the body of a bloodthirster. It was both ugly and ferocious. I admit, brat. You're qualified to make me use all my strength. However, once I use my final trump card, you won't have any hope left. Yama's expression grew more and more ferocious, and his entire person began to radiate a bloodthirsty aura. I remember someone saying that my beast soul transformation doesn't look like a human's. But now it seems you're the one who's neither human nor ghost. Ling Xiao could sense Yama's strength rising as he watched Yama transform. Of course, it couldn't compare to his beast soul transformation. Yang Qi guessed it was some sort of secret magic, or body refinement technique. However, he had never seen such a terrifying body refinement technique before. Today was the first time. But was he afraid? What a joke! Yama certainly didn't know what Ling Xiao was thinking. After the transformation, he felt as if he had become a different person. His lost confidence was restored once again. The soul-extinguishing sword in his hand bloomed with an incomparably evil aura. Ling Xiao had made him lose face. He had to regain his face through the next battle. Otherwise, he would only become a laughingstock. Chapter 34:17. After the bloodthirsty transformation, all of Yama's combat strength would increase nearly twofold. Furthermore, the more injured he was, the more ferocious his combat strength would be. This was precisely the effect he obtained by implanting the bloodthirster's characteristic into his body. Even if he became a monster, he still wanted to defeat Ling Xiao, wanted Ling Xiao to die. Looking at Yama's various changes, Ling Xiao could not help secretly laughing. Your father even killed the king of bloodthirsters. You merely implanted the bloodthirster's gene. Do you think you can beat me? What a joke. You painstakingly turned yourself into a monster in order to defeat me, but you don't know that everything you did was in vain. Die! Ling Xiao! Desolate Sword Art's third move, Sword of Extinction! Finally, Yama still displayed the Desolate Sword Art's third move. To him, this was like the final strike of his madness. The Sword of Extinction was indeed powerful. The distance was still 20 to 30 meters, but Ling Xiao already felt that dense murderous aura emitted from the soul-extinguishing sword. He felt that his skin produced bursts of piercing pain. Yama's figure rapidly approached Ling Xiao. Everyone's eyes were glued to this attack. Because perhaps this attack would be the end of today's battle. Ling Xiao did not dare to be negligent in the slightest, urging his true essence. The Ice Supreme Sword and Fire Supreme Sword appeared at the same time. The air was filled with the smell of ice and fire. The two swords merged into the Western Region God Tomb map, then suddenly appeared again. Ling Xiao could feel the power of the other party's sword move. But the current him was even stronger. Two swords unleashing together could already produce extremely terrifying destructive power. He believed that it was absolutely not something that Yama's desolate sword art could compare to. In the Soul Hall, there were many people with keen eyesight. At this time, their brows furrowed slightly. Ling Qiuyan said coldly, "Sure enough. What's not wrong?" Yan Shifeng asked. These two swords he used, as well as two sword techniques, all contain the ancient sword emperor's aura. We all know that the ancient sword emperor can split into 9. His two sword techniques clearly represented supreme flame and supreme ice. There is no doubt about that, Ling Qiuyan said coldly. As expected, he has already obtained something of the ancient sword emperor. If that's the case, he's even more worth killing. If that's the case, then the bloodthirsty demon's sword had the aura of a soul exalt. He also obtained the 7-star sword from the old ancestor, which also has the aura of a 7-star emperor. Yan Shifeng frowned and said, "No wonder he's so powerful. Even without the Ice Emperor's inheritance, he can still suppress Yama." "I understand. Get ready to carry out the plan. Dark Frost is watching intently now. You can get close to her. As for the others, they should also start preparing for the eradication plan." Several of Dark Frost's trusted subordinates in the outer palace were called over today. "Let's get rid of them together," Ling Qiuyan said coldly. "Understood." Yan Shifeng gave a look to the inner palace's upper echelons, then stood up himself and walked to the lakeside. In the eyes of others, his actions were only to prevent Yama from being killed. They did not think that he would target Dark Frost, so no one cared. On Black Tortoise Lake, Yama's attack had already appeared in front of Ling Xiao. To Yama, this was the final fight. If he was still unable to use the strongest extinction sword to kill Ling Xiao under the bloodthirsty transformation, then he would really be helpless. The air was suffused with the aura of extinction. Yama's eyes flickered with a vicious and cruel light. "Being able to make me use the bloodthirsty transformation and extinction sword, you can really be proud. But it ends here today." Amidst the furious roar, the soul extinction sword's sword energy already stabbed Ling Xiao's body. The fierce wind brought about by the sword energy blew Ling Xiao's clothes and made Ling Xiao's black hair dance wildly. The corners of Ling Xiao's mouth raised into a mocking smile. "What's the point of your bloodthirsty transformation?" "Sun God's ability, Bloodthirsty Plague." The bloodthirsty plague that even the undead king could not resist was finally displayed in Ling Xiao's hands. Although the destructive power of this move was not great, it could often turn defeat into victory at critical moments. It could even make the opponent helpless. In just an instant, a huge blood rat phantom flew out from Ling Xiao's body. This blood rat exploded in the void and then enveloped Yama. The Yama demon's body was already riddled with wounds. Being enveloped by the bloodthirsty plague, the plague germs entered his body through the wounds. Yama, who had still maintained a cruel smile, suddenly changed his expression. "What the hell is this?" Almost every martial practitioner who had been controlled by the bloodthirsty rat plague would let out such a shocked cry. There was nothing to be done about it. The bloodthirsty plague was the bloodthirsty plague, and it was something that could shock and awe its enemies. Ling Xiao didn't care what Yama was thinking. His two swords, which he had been preparing for this moment, attacked. Revered Ice's frigid heaven's sword art. Revered Fire's scorching heaven's sword art. Ice and fire fused, and the two swords slashed out. In that moment, heaven and earth seemed to transform into an inferno. The power of ice and fire exploded in the void. The sword energy of the Sword of Extermination was being destroyed layer by layer. It was as if it had encountered its nemesis, and was completely powerless to fight back. After all, before breaking through to the 8th stage of life seizing, Ling Xiao had been able to use both swords to fight Yama. Now that he had broken through, he was 10 times as strong as before. He was almost as strong as the heaven-seizing fate-exchanging level. And then there was the bloodthirsty plague's effect on Yama. The power of the two swords was incomparably domineering. Like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood, they destroyed Yama's attack, and then continued on toward Yama. Another explosion rocked Lake Xuanwu. The waves were dozens of meters high. The demonlings beneath the surface of the lake were trembling in fear as they watched the battle between the two monsters on the surface of the lake. They were scared out of their wits. Everyone looked at this scene in horror. Is this what happens when experts in the heaven-seizing fate-exchanging level fight? How terrifying is that samsara deity realm martial artist? Most people knew that reincarnation gods were powerful, but had never actually seen one in action. Because of that, it wasn't easy to tell. But now that they saw the battle between Ling Xiao and Yama, they could more or less guess. Rumble! The remaining sword chi of ice and fire slammed into Yenmo's body. Yenmo was sent flying like a kite with a broken string and fell directly into the lake. Blood dyed the lake red. Yama's injuries were clearly not light. And yet, he was still able to stand. However, when he did, he cut a very sorry figure. "This is impossible! This is absolutely impossible!" Yama shook his head. His bloodthirsty transformation was already riddled with wounds. However, due to the effects of the bloodthirst transformation, although his injuries were not light, his strength was still increasing. Although it wasn't as much as the king of the bloodthirsty clans. Yama simply couldn't believe that his sword of extermination, his most powerful sword, would lose to Ling Xiao. That was the most unacceptable thing he could accept. It was as if his last straw of hope had been snatched away from him. It was a feeling that filled him with despair and anger. Chapter 34:18. Lord Yama actually lost? No, he hasn't lost yet. The terrifying thing about the bloodthirsty transformation is that the more serious the injury, the more terrifying the increase in strength. He can still hold on. The Soul Palace warriors were still looking forward to Yama's reversal. As for the Yama devils themselves, they weren't willing to lose either. His bloodthirsty transformation was still getting stronger. Although his entire body was in pain, he didn't want to lose like this. He felt that his fighting strength had increased by 3 to 4 times on the basis of 2 times. His confidence returned once again. Now, it was no longer a battle for face. It was for life. Yama believed that if he lost, Ling Xiao would definitely kill him without hesitation. He didn't want to lose face. He didn't want to lose in front of so many people. He didn't want to die even more. As the Soul Palace's Yama, the number 1 genius second only to Dark Frost, he still had a lot of things to do. He still had to inherit the Soul Palace. If he died now, there would be nothing left. Crazy, he held the soul-extinguishing sword and attacked again. "I'm waiting for you." The corners of Ling Xiao's mouth curled into a cruel sneer. 3 swords appeared in his hands. 2 swords couldn't kill Yama. Then what about 3 swords in one? Ling Xiao wanted to see if Yama's body could withstand his terrifying attack. When he saw Ling Xiao's 3 swords floating in the air at the same time, Yama's crazy eyes had an additional trace of fear. But soon, the fury brought by the bloodthirsty transformation swallowed up this fear. At this moment, he could no longer control himself. How could the bloodthirsty's genes be so easy to control? If he got it and became stronger, he had to pay a certain price. And this price was that when he was seriously injured, he couldn't control his thoughts. His eyes were filled with hatred. There was only battle in his mind. He had entered an incomparably crazy state. Ling Xiao coldly looked at Yama, who was charging over. The 3 sword arts had been completely condensed. They were waiting for Yama to come and die. Yan Shifeng watched this scene nervously. He didn't know what would happen next. However, he could only choose between dealing with Dark Frost or saving his grandson. "I'll go save him!" Ling Chuyan's voice directly rang out in Yan Shifeng's mind. "I'll take over his body first and kill that Ling Xiao." This battle today, Ling Chuyan already did not care what the result was like. But her son could not die. After all, he was her only son in this world. Hearing Ling Chuyan's voice, Yan Shifeng nodded. He was finally at ease. No one noticed, and no one could see, that a ghost flew up from the shore and charged towards Yama. When it was still dozens of meters away from Yama, Ling Xiao's Taiji eye finally captured the existence of this spirit. That guy, when the monsters attacked the city that day, he was already plotting something. Now he was here again. Do you want to possess Yama? No. This guy wants to save Yama. Ling Xiao instantly thought of the possibility of this matter. However, the current him absolutely could not allow anyone to save Yama. Amir's soul actually also wanted to come and save people? Dream on. Enchantment Martial Spirit! Ling Xiao instantly released the enchantment Martial Spirit. It could block off all energy, including the soul. Ling Chuyan directly crashed onto that enchantment Martial Spirit. Her soul became much weaker because of this. What? She finally lost her usual composure at this time. Who could have thought that Ling Xiao actually still had such a trick at the critical moment? And at the same time, inside the enchantment, 3 swords fused into one and already charged towards Yama. This time, it was truly unstoppable. Yama did not have the strength to resist at all. In the distance, Yan Shifeng wanted to come and rescue again, but it was already too late. Everyone looked on helplessly as the terrifying power formed by the fusion of those 3 swords tore Yama's body into pieces, and finally completely destroyed. Dead? Yama was dead. Another powerful genius had become a stepping stone on Ling Xiao's path to becoming stronger. The Mirror Devil King was one of them. Yama was one of them. Without the Dragon Shark King's help, the Koi King would have been one of them. In that moment, the entire arena went deathly silent. Before this fight, no one could have imagined that it would end up like this. They had all expected that someone would die in this fight. But that person should have been Ling Xiao. And yet, the one to die was Yama. Ling Xiao was only in the 8th stratum of life-seizing, and yet he had easily killed Yama, who was in the heaven-seizing fate-exchanging level. This was a huge mockery to Soul Palace, but was it not the same for Yama? Ever since the day he had met Ling Xiao, he had repeatedly called Ling Xiao a piece of trash, a piece of trash. But in the end, he had died at the hands of that piece of trash. How does it feel, exalted Yama? How does it feel to be killed by a piece of trash like you? Well, I guess you can rest in peace. Ling Xiao looked coldly at the shattered pieces on the surface of the lake, then turned to look at the people on the shore. Patriarch of Soul Hall, he said, it's time to fulfill your promise. Where is the legacy of the Soul Emperor? Ling Xiao asked. No! Yan Shifeng howled like a madman. He had even forgotten his original plan for the day. Yama was dead. His one and only grandson was dead. He had already lost his son, and now he had lost his grandson. His heart was filled with despair and rage. He looked at Ling Xiao like a starving beast looking at its prey. His eyes were filled with hatred and rage, and he had long since lost all reason. You killed him! I can't believe you killed my grandson! Yan Shifeng roared as he looked at Yama, who had died without a complete corpse. His terrifying aura completely erupted. He couldn't even save him in time. This was more tragic than anything else. His eyes were scarlet like a monster as he looked at Ling Xiao crazily. As a reincarnation divine realm warrior, Ling Xiao was definitely not his match. There was no doubt about that. Therefore, Dark Frost stood up and looked at Yan Shifeng coldly. You were the one who made the bet, and the rules were also set by you. What? Now that you've suddenly lost control? If Ling Xiao dies, I think you'll be very happy, right? Her voice was cold. In fact, she had already expected what would happen if Yama died. How could Yan Shifeng abide by the rules? Seeing Dark Frost, Yan Shifeng suddenly thought of something. His mind gradually became clear. No, I can't panic. With Dark Frost around, it's impossible for me to kill Ling Xiao. There's only one way to kill Ling Xiao, and that is to get rid of Dark Frost first. Otherwise, how can I avenge my grandson? He forcefully suppressed his anger, and then looked at Dark Frost respectfully. I'm sorry, Hall Master. I lost control for a moment. After all, Yama is my only grandson. When I saw him killed, I couldn't control my emotions. Hearing this, Dark Frost felt that there was no problem. This was human nature. Chapter 34:19. Dark Frost did not doubt Yan Shifeng's words. After all, it was normal to be angry over the death of one's own grandson. Therefore, she did not mind. Instead, she turned to look at Ling Xiao, the person she was proud of and concerned about. However, At this moment, Yan Shifeng moved. A strange talisman appeared in his hand as he lunged at Dark Frost as fast as he could. Dark Frost, who was still in a state of excitement, had not expected Yan Shifeng to make a move on her. However, an expert was indeed powerful. She was able to react before Yan Shifeng was able to stick to her. Yan Shifeng, what are you doing? Dark Frost's hand was not idle as she spoke. She blasted out a palm strike towards Yan Shifeng's chest. However, it was a hasty response after all. Yan Shifeng took the initiative. The talisman was stuck to Dark Frost's arm. Ming Shuang let out a blood-curdling scream. Her face was deathly pale. You deserve to die! Dark Frost landed on Yan Shifeng's body as she fell. Yan Shifeng was sent flying and vomited blood before crashing onto the shore. At this moment, Ling Xiao had already flown over and held Ming Shuang in his arms. Oh no, this is a spirit-locked talisman! The Yuan Venerate's voice was suddenly heard. What is a spirit-locked talisman? Ling Xiao asked. Ordinary people usually have stronger souls. The spirit-locked talisman's power is to make people faint or confused. However, Dark Frost is different. She is missing half of her soul. Once she is locked by the spirit-locked talisman, her life will be in danger. Have you realized that her life force is decreasing rapidly? At this rate, if you are unable to find her life spirit within an hour, she will definitely die. I'm afraid she'll die, the Yuan Venerate explained. Life spirit! Ling Xiao frowned as he placed Dark Frost in the beast's ring to rest. At this time, Dark Frost was as weak as a rabbit. It was impossible for him to be of any help. Therefore, he was the only one who could deal with the rest. He didn't know if Xiao Jin had found Dark Frost's life soul, but he couldn't place all his hopes on Xiao Jin. Here, he had to fight for it. Ha 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 ha, Dark Frost is already dead. What can you do? Yan Shifeng laughed wildly. Although he was heavily injured, causing his strength to drop drastically, he could at most display the strength of the heaven-seizing fate-changing realm. But Dark Frost was dead. With just Ling Xiao alone, it was impossible for him to be the opponent of the entire Soul Palace. Still not moving? Yan Shifeng roared. Following his command, those outer hall martial artists who had yet to understand what was going on were ambushed one by one and trapped in an instant. This was called scheming against the unsuspecting. Under normal circumstances, the experts of the outer hall were not weaker than the inner hall, or even stronger. But today, the people of the inner hall were all equipped with soul locks. Although this thing was far inferior to the soul lock talisman, it could instantly make people unable to use soul power. To the Soul Palace martial artists, being unable to use soul power meant that they were similar to second-rate experts. In the blink of an eye, they were all bound. A few of them who resisted fiercely were killed on the spot. The change happened too quickly, so much so that those neutral martial artists did not even have time to react to what had happened. Why was there suddenly internal strife in the Soul Palace? Grand Elder, kill him! Kill that Ling Xiao! After restraining the outer hall martial artists, Dark Frost was heavily injured by the Soul Lock talisman. At this time, the inner hall martial artists all targeted Ling Xiao. If Ling Xiao didn't die, Dark Frost wouldn't die. They couldn't be at ease. Moreover, the Ice Emperor's inheritance was in Ling Xiao's hands. Only by killing Ling Xiao could they obtain it. Ever since this boy came to the Green Zone, our Soul Palace hasn't had a day of peace. First, Yao Chun was killed. Then, Medicine Demon was killed. Today, even Lord Yama was killed too. He's simply our Soul Palace's reaper. We have to kill him. Not killing him isn't enough to quell our anger. The Soul Palace martial artists were all hooting, but it seemed like no one was willing to take the initiative to attack. In the end, these people were still afraid of Ling Xiao. After all, Ling Xiao killed Yama in front of them. This was extremely shocking to them. The Yama who used the soul-extinguishing sword was actually not Ling Xiao's match. Then, was it really useful for them to step forward? Furthermore, the soul-extinguishing sword was already in Ling Xiao's hands at this time. That kid using it would probably be even more terrifying than Yama. However, at this moment, the strength of both sides was completely unequal. It could be said without a doubt that Soul Palace absolutely had a crushing advantage over Ling Xiao. The spectating neutral martial artists all moved hundreds of meters away, afraid that they would be affected by this storm. Whether Ling Xiao or Soul Palace won, it didn't matter. To them, it was actually nothing. At this time, the last thing they should do was get involved. The most important thing was to watch the show obediently. However, no one believed that Ling Xiao could win. Even without the 3 Soul Palace ancestors, Ling Xiao couldn't win. Immediately hand over Darkfrost's life soul, and I can spare your lives. Ling Xiao looked at Yan Shifeng and the others. There was only deep killing intent in his cold eyes. He really wanted to kill all these people in front of him because they had hurt Darkfrost. However, he held back. It was also for Darkfrost. I really don't know what gives you the right to be so arrogant, kid, Yan Shifeng said with a cold laugh. I might be injured, and not as strong as I used to be. But do you really think you can shake Soul Palace? You overestimate yourself. That's right, said one of the Soul Palace elders. I was worried you might run away. But since you didn't, you've played right into our hands. Today, you'll die. The person who spoke was a 9th Division life-sizer elder from the Inner Sanctum. After Medicine Devil died, he became one of the 3 devils, and was now known as the Sword Devil. So you're saying there's nothing to talk about? Ling Xiao said coldly. Nonsense. Do you really think you're qualified to negotiate with us? Yan Shifeng said mockingly. Ling Xiao nodded. Looking around, he said, there are a total of 3,653 Soul Palace experts present. 5 reincarnation divine realm martial artists. 3 are sealed. 1 is only a soul. And 1 is you, Yan Shifeng. You're seriously injured, and can't use the power of a reincarnation realm expert. There's nothing to fear. 16 ninth stage life seizers, the strongest of which are the Blood Devil and the Sword Devil. However, they're also nothing to worry about. The rest are trash. What are you trying to say? Yan Shifeng said coldly. What I'm trying to say is that since you refuse to hand over your fate soul, I'll just have to take it by force. If I do, none of these 3,000 people will leave alive. Ling Zhao's cold voice was domineering and arrogant. He didn't seem to have any regard for Soul Palace at all. His words caused the faces of the Soul Palace experts to turn unsightly. This guy was simply too condescending. Don't worry, Darkfrost, he said. I'll kill them all within the hour. I'll get revenge for you. If they dare to touch you, I'll kill them all. Ling Xiao didn't have a clear idea of what was good and what was evil. To him, anyone who dared to hurt his friends was evil. They had to die. Chapter 34:20. Inside the beast's ring, Darkfrost appeared very anxious. You can't do it, quickly let me out. Although I'm uncomfortable, I still have the ability to fight. Not to mention those 3 old ancestors, you can't even deal with Yan Shifeng. Good girl, don't worry. I've actually already figured out the ins and outs of those 3 old ancestors. The 3 of them are all nearing the end of their lifespans. Therefore, they can only rely on life crystals to continue. But they still have to seal themselves in the cake's essence bottle. They don't dare to come out at all. This is why they still don't dare to come out and deal with you when you've already caused such a ruckus. Once they come out, their lifespans will rapidly disappear like withered weeds. I have the ability to deal with those 3 old things. Although I can't kill them, I can exhaust them to death. As for that Ling Qiuyan, she's just a soul in dire straits. Unable to seize an outstanding fleshly body, she's also trash. This is why she's always thinking about you. Moreover, that Yan Shifeng is already heavily injured. I don't believe that he's much more powerful than Yama. Furthermore, girl, you haven't seen Big Brother's true strength yet, right? Next, Big Brother will let you see what's called going all out for a beauty. For some reason, hearing Ling Zhao's words, Darkfrost actually felt that the original difficulty seemed to really not be much. With Ling Zhao's analysis, Soul Hall was actually not very impressive. You be careful! Dark Frost reminded. Of course. Ling Xiao comforted Dark Frost as if there was no one around, then looked at Soul Hall's people again. His eyes instantly turned from gentle to gloomy, cold, and cruel. His aura also suddenly became ice-cold, as if a demonic creature was suddenly born. Those pitch-black eyes revealed a sinister killing intent. But anyone who was looked at by this pair of eyes could not help shuddering. What a terrifying person! What a terrifying gaze! Everyone! Ling Xiao looked at the neutral cultivators and said, Today, I'll let everyone bear witness to this. The dignified Soul Hall's inner hall. We made a 10-day agreement, saying that if I won this bet, the Soul Emperor's inheritance would be given to me. However, they went back on their word, hurt my friends, and even wanted to snatch my Ice Emperor's inheritance. I don't need your sympathy and pity. I just need you guys to faithfully record all of this. Record how I, Ling Xiao, destroyed this dignified Soul Hall. Was this guy crazy? Was he not preparing to escape? He actually wanted to rely on his own strength to contend against the inner palace's cultivators. Arrogant. Arrogant. Domineering. At this moment, Ling Xiao was simply supercilious. I'm really looking forward to it. I wonder how strong this guy is. Among the crowds, the battle S Soul Hall S's in is the end. To them, today was a witness. To witness to she had the inheritance of the Soul Emperor and the Ice Empress. Have to witness he no matter which one it was, it could change the entire structure of the western regions. Do you think he can win? Yup. Win? As long as he can kill a few Soul Hall martial artists before he dies, I think it's worth it. Yeah, to fight the entire inner hall by himself, this is simply arrogant to the extreme. Haha, don't say these words too early. Don't forget, before he fought with Yama. Who would believe that he can kill Yama? This person's words caused the crowd to instantly quiet down. Yes, Ling Xiao had already created a miracle. Who could deny that he would not create the next miracle? That's right, stop talking and watch quietly. Today, we might really witness the birth of a miracle. The rise of a monster. For a woman, he destroyed Soul Hall. Facing more than 3,000 powerhouses, domineering. The neutral martial artists were very excited. They were even looking forward to it. If Ling Xiao could kill all the inner hall's powerhouses, what kind of scene would that be? Just thinking about it made them feel shocked and excited. Anyway, whether it was Ling Xiao or Soul Hall, it had nothing to do with them. Therefore, they naturally looked forward to an interesting ending. Otherwise, if Soul Hall won too easily, how boring would that be? The faces of the experts in the inner hall were extremely ugly at this moment. Ling Xiao was looking down on them too much. He was not putting them in his eyes at all. A mere person wanting to kill all of them, this was simply an insult to each of them. An intense insult. Yan Shifeng suddenly laughed. His laughter was filled with disdain. I thought you would be an ambitious and ruthless person. I didn't think I would have misjudged you. In the end, you're just a child, a boastful and arrogant child. Today, I'll let you know the cruelty of this world. It's not something a small character like you can survive. Haha, I boast shamelessly? I can't survive? Is that so? Then come and kill me. Ling Xiao looked mockingly at Yan Shifeng and said, I'm afraid that other than you, none of the trash behind you will dare to attack me, right? Now that I've killed Yama, they're afraid. Impudent, you arrogant fellow, you dare to say that there's no one in Soul Hall? An elder couldn't hold back his anger anymore. Although he didn't dare to attack, he couldn't let Ling Xiao point at his nose and scold him like this. That would be too embarrassing. Yes. Ling Xiao suddenly moved. The instant he spoke, the unbounded heavenly rat's wings spread out behind him and instantly charged towards Soul Hall. His target was Yan Shifeng. You bastard, you dare! Sword Demon and Blood Demon first appeared in front of Yan Shifeng. No one expected Ling Xiao to suddenly attack, and his target was the strongest Yan Shifeng. Idiot! Ling Xiao's voice drifted in the air. Only then did people notice that the one that pounced towards Yan Shifeng was a clone formed by the lake water. The real Ling Xiao had already arrived in the crowd. Let's start with these trash. Frigid Domain. Dance of Ghosts and Gods. The frigid domain was unleashed. Hundreds of people in the area were instantly frozen solid. These people were only in the 6th or 7th division of the life-seizing level. Faced with the frigid domain, they were completely powerless. Then, the dance of ghosts and gods exploded. Pieces of the frozen body were completely shattered. Chunks of ice began to fall to the ground. When Yan Shifeng and the others turned around to look, Ling Xiao had already returned to his original position. In one move, he had killed nearly 500 people. This wasn't a battle, it was a massacre. Ling Xiao! Yan Shifeng roared angrily. He was truly furious. Ling Xiao had killed nearly 500 inner sanctum martial artists in the blink of an eye. Although these people weren't very strong, they were still members of the inner sanctum, and had their blood running through their veins. What are you yelling for? I already said that these 3,000 inner sanctum martial artists are all going to die today. Just do your best to protect them. Once they're all dead, it'll be your turn. Ling Xiao looked at Yan Shifeng and mocked him. Of course, you have another option. Hand over Dark Frost's life soul. That way, I can stop the slaughter. Chapter 34-21. In your dreams! Yan Shifeng roared. Everyone, get into formation! Don't give him a chance to pick us off one by one. The truth was that the Soul Hall martial artists weren't weak. If they ran into someone on the same level as them, they might actually have an advantage. Unfortunately, they were facing a freak like Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao could unleash the full power of the heaven-seizing fate-exchanging level. Other than Yan Shifeng, no one else was a match for him. Not even Blood Devil or Sword Devil could last more than a few moves. 3,100 people left. Ling Xiao spat out these cold words. That caused the faces of the inner sanctum martial artists to turn even more unsightly. In fact, they were now filled with terror and panic. What advantage did they have against Ling Xiao, whose killing intent surged to the heavens? There was no way this guy was joking. He really was going to slaughter every single one of the inner sanctum martial artists. Was he being arrogant? Arrogant? Or boastful? None of those things. Ling Xiao had already proven his point with his actions. He really was strong enough to make the inner sanctum martial artists pay a heavy price. There was no doubt about that. It seems he really isn't joking. He's going to crush the Soul Hall army with his own strength. The neutral martial artists were finally starting to believe Ling Xiao's words. It's just the beginning. You can't say for sure. After all, the Soul Hall's true experts haven't even made a move yet. The ones Ling Xiao killed were all trash. That's true. After all, the neutral martial artists were just there to watch the show, so they were very relaxed. Listen up, Yang Qi said. I need to heal. Sword Devil, Blood Devil, you two stand guard for me. The rest of you, 9th Division Life Seizers, attack together. The rest of you, take advantage of the situation. We outnumber him, and he's alone. We'll tire him to death. Yan Shifeng wasn't confident that he could kill Ling Xiao, so he needed to recover. First, he needed to heal. First, he had to heal his injuries, then he would be able to crush Ling Xiao. At that time, he didn't believe that Ling Xiao would dare to be as arrogant as he was now. How shameless! In the crowd, the neutral martial artists began to discuss. There's nothing we can do about it. Ling Xiao is dealing with the inner hall alone. The inner hall has the advantage of having more people. What right does Ling Xiao have to fight against the inner palace? That makes sense. After all, having more people is still an advantage. Everyone sighed. If it was a one-on-one battle, Ling Xiao might not be afraid of any of the inner hall's martial artists. But if it was one against many, this might not be the case. Yes. 14 9th Division Life Seizers were charging toward Yang Qi, followed by a host of 8th Division Life Seizers and 7th Division Life Seizers. Ling Xiao smiled. He was least afraid of group battles. In fact, It could even be said that he actually liked group battles. That was because group battles allowed him to unleash all of his abilities and crush his enemies. Seeing the incoming enemies, Ling Xiao chuckled coldly, and the 9 snake general beast soul behind him suddenly grew larger. 9 snake heads appeared, each of which spat out a toxic mist. 9 snake venom domain, scarlet hypertoxic venom. Deathly kingdom black poison. Deathless germ. Golden silkworm venom. 4 types of terrifying poisons were released at the same time, enveloping all of the Hall of Souls martial artists. Watch out! One of the 6th Division Lifeseizers screamed as he toppled to the ground. Then, his body began to rot away, until he was nothing more than a skeleton. Then, the skeleton rose to its feet, its eyes flashing with red light as it charged toward the Soul Hall martial artists. 1, 2, 3. The release of the 9 snake venom domain was enough to turn hundreds of Soul Hall martial artists into puppets for Ling Xiao. Hundreds of them were directly poisoned to death. Not even their bones were left. Others were still alive, but their bodies were completely twisted, and they lay on the ground, moaning. "You think you can kill me like this?" Ling Xiao said, looking disdainfully at his enemies. The only ones who could get close to him were the 9th Division Lifeseizers. As for the other martial artists, they had all become sacrificial lambs for the 9 snake venom domain. Some had become puppets. Some were already dead. Some were already dying. Some were being attacked. In short, the inner sanctum martial artists were in complete chaos. After the so-called battle formation was attacked by the 9 snake poison domain, it became a complete mess and was no longer in its original state. "You detestable bastard! Prepare to die!" The 9th Division Lifeseizers who had escaped from the poison domain surrounded Ling Xiao, their hearts pounding with pain as they tried to kill him. And yet, Ling Xiao wasn't done playing. Frigid domain! Bloodthirsty plague! The frigid domain instantly caused the 14 9th Division Lifeseizers to go completely stiff. Then, the bloodthirsty plague germs entered their bodies and began to affect them. They were being tortured. Wind and snow ice sealing steps. Ghost God seal. Kill! The bloodthirsty plague was only used to weaken his opponents. Killing them was Ling Xiao's true goal. As for the Ghost God's seal, it didn't require too much true essence or too much time. It could instantly kill those frozen martial artists. With 3 palm strikes, he killed 3 9th Division Lifeseizers. Then, Ling Xiao once again moved out of the encirclement. Being surrounded was a rather dangerous thing. If possible, Ling Xiao naturally wanted to get out of this situation. This is bad. This guy's frigid domain is too hard to deal with. The inner sanctum martial artists, who had been excitedly attacking Yang Qi moments ago, now began to back down. In the battle between Ling Xiao and Yama, he hadn't used the Ice Emperor's legacy. Because of that, they had no idea how terrifying the Ice Emperor's legacy was. Now that Ling Xiao was using his frigid domain and wind and snow ice sealing steps, they realized how difficult it was to deal with them. Ling Xiao ignored their shock and fear. His body flickered as he used his golden light magic to appear behind Yan Shifeng. There was no way he was going to allow Yan Shifeng to recover. Considering that Yan Shifeng was seriously injured, Yang Qi could still suppress him. If Yan Shifeng recovered, Yang Qi would be in deep trouble. Extermination God Sword. Ling Xiao was wielding the soul-extinguishing sword. It was a treasured sword that was a precious item. And he was using a Peak General class martial technique. Considering that the 9 Sovereign's sword incantation required a lot of time, it was easy to dodge. The Extermination God Sword was perfect. Although it wasn't as powerful as the 9 Sovereign's sword incantation, with the soul-extinguishing sword in hand, it was a different story. Sword Demon and Blood Demon tried to stop Yang Qi in time. Ling Zhao's sword pierced through Yan Shifeng's body. Blood splattered everywhere. Not only did Yan Shifeng fail to heal himself, but his injuries were also aggravated by Ling Zhao's sword. However, Ling Xiao didn't want to continue fighting. After a successful attack, he quickly used his wind and snow ice sealing steps to retreat. To him, it was still very dangerous to be attacked by Yan Shifeng, Blood Demon, and Sword Demon. A bunch of trash. You can't even keep Ling Xiao under control? Yan Shifeng covered his wound. Although Yang Qi didn't stab any vital parts, the sword had aggravated his injuries. He was in great pain. Chapter 34:22. Heh. Yan Shifeng, if you think they're trash, then I'll take care of them for you. Chuckling coldly, Ling Xiao blurred into motion, bursting into the crowd. Swish! Sword light flashed, and one of the 9th Division Life Seizers was killed. It happened so quickly that no one could even see it. It was so vicious that it caused their hearts to tremble in fear. Ling Xiao! Yan Shifeng's rage reached a boiling point when he saw what was happening. Within a short period of time, all of the 9th Division Life Seizers were either dead or poisoned. Those who didn't die were being attacked by the flaming skeletons, which continued to grow stronger. 4 of the 9th Division Life Seizers had already been killed. Only 12 remained. Furthermore, Ling Xiao's sword had stabbed him in the stomach, making it impossible for him to focus on healing. At long last, he realized that this Ling Xiao wasn't as arrogant and ignorant as he appeared to be. Behind the arrogance, there was a cunning mind. Too cunning. Ling Xiao looked at him with a disdainful smile, then blurred into motion, once again charging into the crowd. He didn't move very quickly, but as he did, all of the martial artists in his path moved in slow motion. As for the 8th Division Life Seizers who were fighting off the toxins, they were being cut down like weeds. The sight of the incomparably powerful Ling Xiao made everyone feel as if they were in a dream. This young man had risen to prominence so quickly that he was often doubted. However, today, he had used his actions to prove how terrifying he was. 8th Division Life Seizers were like scarecrows in front of him, completely powerless to fight back. Even 9th Division Life Seizers were like crawling insects in front of Ling Xiao. There was only one end to them, and that was death. Ling Xiao's eyes held no pity or sympathy. From the moment that Yan Shifeng had dared to hurt Dark Frost, Yang Qi had made up his mind to kill them all. Not a single one would be left alive. What a terrifying movement technique! He's like a plague. Anyone who gets close to him will be infected. The legacy of the Ice Emperor is so terrifying. Many people had only heard of the legacies of the 8 great ancient emperors, but had never seen them with their own eyes. But now, they were seeing them for themselves. The blizzard ice ceiling steps couldn't be called a simple movement technique, but rather, magic. Wherever Ling Xiao passed, the enemies had to hurriedly avoid it. Otherwise, if they were swept up, they would instantly become sluggish and stiff. Then, they would be killed. Furthermore, the domain of absolute coldness was even more terrifying. As long as he used it, he would be able to freeze his enemies. Combined with Ling Xiao's frigid ice dragon breath, he could easily freeze a 9th Division Life Sizer into a block of ice. It was impossible to get close to him. How? The martial artists from the Soul Hall were. Ancestors, can you come out for a moment and end this brat's life? If you don't, all the experts from the inner. Yan Shifeng S's. Bastard, are you going to sacrifice us for them? Do you have any idea how many we lose? The Soul Hall can do without those trash, but they can't do without us. Isn't Leng Qiuyan here? Let her find someone to possess. They'll be a great fighting force. A furious voice came from the primeval chaos bottle. Yan Shifeng really wanted to curse. Everyone knew that the Soul Hall had 3 patriarchs, but who knew that they were just 3 cowardly trash? However, Yan Shifeng didn't dare to speak carelessly. He looked at Leng Qiuyan and said, "What do you think, Qiuyan?" "Wait a little longer," Leng Qiuyan said. "You know that a spirit martial artist can only possess someone once in their lifetime. Once I do, I won't have another chance to come out." Yan Shifeng sighed. After all this time, he was the only one who was putting his life on the line. Ling Qiuyan had already blended into the crowd of neutral martial artists, seemingly searching for someone to possess. Compared to her current strength, she was more interested in finding someone with outstanding talent. After all, the spirit can rely on secret soul arts. Even if they weren't strong enough, as long as their souls were strong enough, it was enough. As they spoke, Ling Xiao didn't stop. He wielded the revered ice sword in one hand and the revered flame sword in the other. He didn't use any sword incantations. His hands flipped, and he wreaked havoc in the crowd. Before long, the ground was littered with corpses. Furthermore, each of the corpses appeared to be frozen ice cubes. Although many of the flaming skeletons had been killed, only 20 of them were left. But now, 2 of the flaming skeletons were in the 9th level of life seizing. The rest were in the 8th level of life seizing. The tables had turned in an instant. More than 3,000 people, and now only a dozen or so are left. What a tragedy. The neutral martial artists looked on with wide eyes and slack jaws. Things were developing in a direction they hadn't expected. Only 10 9th-level life seizers were left, as well as Yan Shifeng. As for the 3 patriarchs, they were still hiding in the primeval chaos bottle, not daring to come out. Ling Qiuyan was still searching for someone to possess. Strictly speaking, there were only 11 people left who were still capable of fighting. That's simply too frightening. I think that he's truly capable of wiping out the entire inner palace all by himself. Quite a few people were trembling, and thinking back to how greedy they had been for the Ice Emperor's legacy, they couldn't help but shiver in fear. If they really had to fight, it would have been a disaster. I didn't believe it before. But now I do. This young man had probably already become a terrifying existence that surpassed the younger generation of the 4 major forces. Even the top experts of the older generation aren't a match for him. Finally, Ling Xiao used his own strength and bloody reality to let those people understand what true strength was. What true power was. The martial artists from the Soul Hall were completely flabbergasted, and stared blankly at the corpses. What kind of battle was this? This was a one-sided slaughter. The allied forces of the Inner Sanctum couldn't even stand up to a single blow from Ling Xiao. They couldn't even hurt Ling Xiao. In fact, it would be difficult to even cause the slightest bit of damage to Ling Xiao. Where did this young man come from? How could he be so terrifying? Now, they seemed to understand why Ming Xuan had chosen to stay with Ling Xiao. Only the strong could feel the terror of the strong. I admit defeat. Stop immediately. Yan Shifeng suddenly roared. Seeing the people from the Inner Sanctum die one by one, his heart was trembling violently. His heart ached. Those were the treasures of the Inner Sanctum. Admit defeat? Ling Xiao looked at Yan Shifeng and said coldly. That's right. I can give you Dark Frost's life spirit, but you have to swear to leave the green zone. Yan Shifeng said. Do you think you're still in a position to bargain with me? Ling Xiao looked at Yan Shifeng and said coldly. All right. At the very least, you can't attack the people from the Soul Hall after I give you the life spirit. Will that do? Yan Shifeng said again. Chapter 34-23. Hand over your life soul and get lost with your men. I won't kill any of you for at least 10 days. Ling Xiao said coldly. All right, that's it. Yan Shifeng was a little helpless. Although it was really shameful to do this, he had to do it. Because only in this way could he protect the fire seed of the inner hall. He believed that as long as his injuries were healed and his strength recovered, how could a mere Ling Xiao be his match? It wouldn't be too late to take revenge then. Give it to me. Ling Xiao approached Yan Shifeng, ready to release the extreme cold domain at any time. It's not on me. It's on the Patriarch in the primeval chaos bottle. Yan Shifeng replied. Then why aren't you taking it out? Ling Xiao said coldly. Okay. Yan Shifeng gently touched the storage ring and took out a bottle. It looked like a bottle made of metal, but it contained magical energy. Yan Shifeng reached out to open the bottle cap. At that moment, the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. I didn't expect everything to be so easy, he thought to himself. As long as he opened the bottle cap, pointed the mouth of the primeval chaos bottle at Ling Xiao and shouted Ling Xiao's name. Ling Xiao's 3 souls and 7 spirits would be sucked into the bottle. At that time, he wouldn't have to think about revenge in the future. He would be able to destroy Ling Xiao later. Ling Xiao's Taiji caught a strange energy, and he quietly responded to it. Ling Xiao! Suddenly, Yan Shifeng pointed the mouth of the bottle at Ling Xiao and shouted. Ling Xiao, who was standing there, was completely sucked into the primeval chaos bottle. Something's wrong! At that moment, Yan Shifeng sensed that something was wrong. Well, Yan Shifeng, so that's what you're planning. If I hadn't secretly used the Fire Phoenix incarnation and moved my real body away, I would have fallen for your trick. Ling Xiao's voice came from the sky, and then a sword light fell and hit Yan Shifeng's hand. The primeval chaos bottle rolled to the ground. Extreme Cold Domain! After releasing the Extreme Cold Domain, Ling Xiao quickly took control of the situation, put the primeval chaos bottle in his hand, and then closed the lid again. Haha, Ling Xiao, you've misunderstood. I don't intend to do anything. This is the effect of the primordial bottle. It can forcefully absorb clones, incarnations, and the like. Yan Shifeng explained. Do you think I'm an idiot? Ling Xiao directly stuffed the mixed yuan bottle into his storage ring. He wasn't familiar with it, so he didn't plan to use it. And if something went wrong, it would be bad for him. Today, none of you will live. You've already missed your only chance to live. Ling Xiao looked at Yan Shifeng, his eyes cold. By now, 40 minutes had passed since the battle began. An hour had passed. Ling Xiao couldn't afford to waste any more time. He had to get rid of these bastards as quickly as possible, and then take back Darkfrost's Fate's soul. Even as the words left his mouth, he charged into the crowd. Screams rang out. Another 3 9th Stratum Life Caesars were dead. 9 left! And that included Ling Qiuyan, who was only a soul. Stay your hand! If you don't want me to destroy Darkfrost's Fate's soul, you'd better stay your hand. I'm the only one who knows where Darkfrost's Fate's soul is. And I'm the only one who knows how to get Darkfrost's Fate's soul back to you. Yan Shifeng shouted again. Speak! Ling Xiao said coldly. If you want Darkfrost's Fate's soul, Yang Qi said. Simple. Cut off your arms. Yan Shifeng laughed. Are you messing with me? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with cold light as 3 swords appeared in the air. Then, Paragon Ice's Frigid Sky Resolve. Paragon Flames Heaven Burning Sword. Paragon Spirit Heaven Sword. They all exploded. In 3 moves, another 3 9th Stratum Life Caesars were killed. 6 left. Of course, Ling Xiao was starting from the weakest to the strongest. The rest were 9th Stratum Life Caesars, and would only get more and more difficult. By this point, the flaming skeletons had stopped fighting. Ling Xiao had ordered them to stand guard in the area, preventing the inner sanctum from escaping. Although the upcoming battle would be difficult, he didn't need the flaming skeletons' help. Earlier, he had simply been too lazy to fight because there were too many of them. You! Yan Shifeng said, shocked. This Ling Xiao really wasn't going to listen to reason or persuasion. What's going to happen? That was the question on the minds of the neutral martial artists. It's hard to say. Ling Xiao killed a lot of people, but Yan Shifeng isn't dead yet. As long as he's alive, the battle isn't over. But no matter what, Ling Xiao has already proven himself with his powerful strength. He's arrogant. He's arrogant. But he does have what it takes to be arrogant. In this world, not everyone had the ability to be arrogant and conceited. He's not talking big, and he's not brainless. He just has terrifying battle prowess to back up his arrogance. Maybe we're going to witness the birth of a godly miracle today. Yeah. He single-handedly wiped out an entire inner sanctum of Soul Hall. No matter where you go, it's just as amazing as the legends. The neutral martial artists were all very excited. No one in the entire western region had ever heard of anyone who could do this. Ling Xiao's name had already revealed his terrifying aptitude in the mouths of outsiders. However, no one had believed it before. Today, however, everyone was confident enough to expect this young man to create a miracle that would shock the world. Boss, there's no need to talk nonsense with that old thing. I've already obtained little sister Darkfrost's life spirit. Suddenly, a voice was heard from afar. Yan Shifeng was so shocked that his expression changed drastically. Then, a golden light suddenly flew to Ling Xiao's side and handed a marble-sized object to Ling Xiao. The marble was transparent, and a faint blue glow flickered inside. No! Impossible! I clearly hid it away. Yan Shifeng had come out today because he was worried that his life spirit would be snatched away after being defeated by Dark Frost. Thus, he had hidden it in the most secretive place in Soul Hall. There were also layers of mechanisms. There were also array formations to protect it. How could he have imagined that? With a part of a Yuan Venerate soul and Little Gold working together, those things wouldn't be a problem at all. Little girl, is this your life spirit? Ling Xiao asked. Actually, he didn't need to ask. He knew just by looking at her reaction. The object in Ling Xiao's hand acted as though it had met a family member and frantically tried to scurry into the beast ring. That's right, it's my life spirit, Dark Frost replied. Ling Xiao nodded and put the marble into the beast ring. No! Impossible! Yan Shifeng simply couldn't believe his eyes. Ling Xiao had actually found Dark Frost's life spirit. It seems like today's battle will be a fight to the death. Yan Shifeng originally relied on the fact that he had Dark Frost's life spirit to rely on. Now that he doesn't have anything to rely on, how could Ling Xiao let them off? That's right. I'm afraid that a bitter battle is unavoidable. However, isn't this just right for us? Everyone was interested in watching a good show, so there was no difference in this aspect. Chapter 34-24. Today, we can't let these two guys leave. Sword Demon, Blood Demon, the two of you follow me to deal with Ling Xiao. The rest of you, deal with that bastard. Yan Shifeng knew that it was impossible for him to wait until he had recovered from his injuries before fighting again. Most likely, Ming Xuang would have recovered by then. At that time, how would they be able to survive? Therefore, the only chance now was to take advantage of the fact that Dark Frost had just obtained her fate's soul and had yet to recover. They had to kill Ling Xiao. Although the seemingly powerful little golden bird was powerful, Ling Xiao was clearly more of a threat compared to it. Therefore, Yan Shifeng made such an arrangement. Little Gold, others are looking down on you. Ling Xiao laughed. Hee hee, boss, don't worry. I'll take care of those bastards. After holding it in for so long, it's time for me to vent my anger. Xiao Jin chuckled. All right, as long as you're confident. Let's work together and destroy the entire inner hall of Soul Hall. Ling Xiao laughed. It had been a long time since he had worked together with Little Gold. This kind of feeling really made one's emotions stir. At this moment, Yan Shifeng stared at Ling Xiao. If this guy didn't die, he would be a greater threat than Dark Frost in the future. He was only 17 years old, but he had already achieved such terrifying results. In time, who would be able to suppress him? Not to mention a year or two later, even if it was just a month or two later, no one in the western region would be his match. Listen up, today's battle concerns the rise and fall of Soul Hall. Don't hold back. Go all out. Defeat the enemy as much as possible. Yan Shifeng roared and released his martial soul. This guy's martial soul was a pitch-black skull. That pair of blood-red eyes made people not dare to look straight at them. Those eyes seemed to be magical as they stared at Ling Xiao, as if they could see through everything about Ling Xiao. The martial spirits in this world are really strange. This Yan Shifeng's martial spirit is not to be trifled with. The crowd also saw Yan Shifeng's martial soul being released. Often, it was hard to guess what kind of special effects these strange things had. On the other hand, sword martial spirits and saber martial spirits were easier to understand. Following the release of his martial soul, an extremely evil and sinister aura was unleashed from Yan Shifeng's body. It was as if he had just walked out of the Yellow Springs. At the same time, the Sword Demon and the Blood Demon released their martial souls. Facing Ling Xiao, they were not prepared to hold back at all. The Sword Demon's martial spirit was a sword martial spirit. Although it was simple and easy to understand, it was also very helpful to swords. The blood demon's martial soul was rather strange. It looked like a pool of blood without a physical body. It was a pile of blood-red liquid that could transform into various forms at any time. This blood demon had always been Yan Shifeng's proudest spy. With this person around, she would be able to find out a lot of information that others couldn't. From that, it was easy to deduce what the blood demon's martial soul could be used for. The three experts unleashed their martial souls at the same time. Terrifying power exploded out in all directions. They didn't hold back at all. They wanted to kill Ling Xiao in the blink of an eye, and not give Ling Xiao any chance to escape. Ling Xiao looked at them calmly. His Taiji eye was already open, so it didn't matter what their martial souls were. He was confident that he could stand up to them. Yan Shifeng was obviously the most difficult to deal with. Although he was seriously injured, he was still at the peak of the heaven-seizing life-saving level. As for the sword demon and the blood demon, they were both at the peak of the 9th stratum of life-seizing. Neither would be easy to deal with. But was Yang Qi afraid? He had long since transformed into his unbounded heavenly mouse. Behind him, all of the other beast spirits were on standby. They were waiting for Ling Xiao's orders. The beast spirits' eyes shone with killing intent as they stared at their enemies. None of them slacked off. Ling Xiao had already made up his mind. Since Dark Frost's life soul was found, what he had to do next was to wipe out all of the inner hall martial artists. Anyway, there were only these 5 people left. Including Ling Chuyan, there were only 6 people. It was just that he didn't know where Ling Chuyan was right now. After blending into the crowd, there were no more movements. Could she have run away? Forget it, he had to deal with the trouble in front of him first. There was still time to deal with Ling Chuyan's matter in the future. Both sides seemed to be very cautious and did not launch an attack immediately. Both seemed to be waiting for the other party to attack first. The air was filled with an austere atmosphere, pressuring people until they couldn't breathe. Ling Xiao wanted to kill the other party, but the other party was also unwilling to let go of Ling Xiao. Today's battle was destined to be either you die or I live. There was no sympathy or mercy. In terms of time, the Soul Hall people ultimately could not wear down Ling Xiao. Because what Yan Shifeng was most afraid of was Darkfrost recovering. Therefore, after a moment of confrontation, Yan Shifeng finally could not help but order. No more waiting, attack at the same time, kill! The instant his voice fell, Yan Shifeng took the lead and charged out. In that instant, between heaven and earth, there seemed to be the sound of ghosts wailing and wolves howling. A strange sound was released from that huge black skeleton martial soul. That pair of blood-red eyes stared fixedly at Ling Xiao from beginning to end. The other two did not dare to be negligent and attacked at virtually the same time. Ling Gao's face was calm. However, he understood that the simultaneous attack of the 3 powerhouses was not a small test for him. But at the same time, it was also a huge opportunity. He needed to break through. Continue to break through. 8th level life seizing was still not enough. Because even if he cultivated to the heaven-seizing fate-changing realm, against reincarnation deity realm martial artists, he still did not have much chance of winning. After all, the feeling of crossing a major realm was completely different from crossing several minor realms. Thanks to the Taiji eye, he could clearly see the movements of the 3 people. Even the trembling of their eyebrows didn't escape his notice. His enemies were not weak, and he could not afford to be careless. Blizzard Eye Sealing Steps. At the first moment, Ling Xiao used the Blizzard Eye Sealing Steps. The air was filled with a dense coldness. The movements of 2 of the 3 opponents instantly became stiff. As for Yan Shifeng, he didn't seem to be affected, although his movements did slow down. But it was completely negligible. This old guy is injured and can't use his full strength, but he's still very difficult to deal with. Ling Xiao frowned. Suddenly, he realized that Yan Shifeng was actually moving in his direction. It was as if he had predicted what he was going to do. Huh! Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment, then used the Blizzard Eye Sealing Steps again. Again, the result was exactly the same as before. Yan Shifeng seemed to be able to predict his next move and react quickly. So that's how it is. Ling Xiao now understood one of the uses of the black skeleton martial soul. Those ghostly eyes were similar to his Taiji eye in that they could see through his movements. In that case, it would be a matter of whose prediction was better. Ling Xiao stopped moving and looked coldly at the incoming Yan Shifeng. Chapter 34:25. Regardless of whether it was the sword demon or the blood demon, they could not keep up with Yan Shifeng's speed. This way, Yan Shifeng and Ling Xiao became one-on-one instead. Ling Xiao really wanted to try and see what his chances of winning were against Yan Shifeng now. Soul Hall's Grand Elder really isn't joking. This martial soul is too awesome. It can even predict Ling Xiao's next move and make a prediction in advance. Terrifying. Although Ling Xiao has killed so many people before, this battle is the most crucial one. It's also the most dangerous one, isn't it? A moment of carelessness, and you might lose your life. The neutral martial artists all understood that the current battle was the key. Whoever could laugh in the end would be the one who laughed the best. If Ling Xiao lost, then everything he had done before would have been for naught. Ling Xiao looked at Yan Shifeng, who blocked his path, and calculated how to attack. His strongest attack now was undoubtedly the Ice Age, from the Ice Emperor's inheritance. However, using the Ice Age to deal with Yan Shifeng was truly somewhat extravagant. Therefore, he decided to try something else first. With the Fire Supreme sword in hand, Ling Xiao rapidly stabbed at Yan Shifeng. The sword light was incomparably resplendent in that instant. A scarlet flame jumped on the sword body, as if it was a fire from outside the sky, incomparably scorching and terrifying. Everyone raised their heads to look at the battle in the sky. That raging fire burned even more fiercely, and there was actually an aura of destruction constantly being produced. That should be a strange fire. How extravagant, using a strange fire in a sword art. This Ling Xiao is too terrifying. Everyone looked at Ling Xiao with surprise, jealousy, and naturally envy. The Fire Supreme sword flew into the Western region Divine Tomb painting and then flew out, burning even more fiercely. In the sky, it was like a blazing sun. He's too powerful. I can even feel the arrogance in his sword intent. It actually doesn't lose to Yan Shifeng at all. He's only 17 years old. If he is given more time, who would be qualified to compete with him? In the crowd, countless people were sighing with emotion. They were really glad that they were in the green zone today. Otherwise, it would be impossible to witness such an exciting scene. They could not see the rise of such a genius. Of course, it was impossible to tell what the outcome would be. But for Ling Xiao, challenging someone above his level was as normal as eating and drinking. He seemed to have an endless supply of trump cards. Only those who could push him to the brink of exhaustion would have a chance of defeating him. Yan Shifeng looked at the Fire Supreme sword in the sky with a heavy expression. If he still had his original cultivation, he naturally wouldn't be afraid. Moreover, he would definitely be able to suppress Ling Xiao. However, the problem was that he was heavily injured and could not display his original strength. Facing Ling Xiao's sword, he actually felt a bit of coldness. That sword was as hot as fire, but his heart was as cold as ice. But even so, he was definitely not afraid. His martial soul was not to be trifled with. He determined the trajectory of Ling Xiao's Fire Supreme sword. Yan Shifeng did not intend to take it head-on. He dodged directly, and then with a thought, a terrifying devil thunder formed above his head. Compared to Yama's devil thunder, Yan Shifeng's devil thunder was obviously more powerful. Kid, I admit that you're powerful, but under my martial soul, you have no chance of winning at all. Yan Shifeng snorted coldly in his heart. The devil thunder had already blasted towards a position. That was the place he determined that Ling Xiao would definitely pass by. However, the moment the devil thunder blasted out, Yan Shifeng saw Ling Xiao's lips curl into a mocking smile. Not good! Although he did not know what would happen, Yan Shifeng had a strong sense of uneasiness in his heart. Could it be that his judgment was wrong? Could it be that the situation was not what he imagined? Could it be that Ling Xiao had already seen through his martial soul in advance? The emergence of this question made Yan Shifeng's heart even more confused. Impossible! Absolutely impossible! How could anyone break the special effects of his martial soul? However, the reality was so cruel. His judgment was wrong. In the direction where the devil thunder blasted, there was indeed a figure, but it was not Ling Xiao, but the golden phoenix incarnation. The real Ling Xiao was already holding the Fire Supreme Sword and charging towards the path that Yan Shifeng would definitely pass by. At that moment, Yan Shifeng was almost suffocating. Because at this moment, he seemed to be taking the initiative to crash into the tip of Ling Xiao's sword. Retreating was absolutely impossible. He could only resist. Boom! Flames exploded. Crazy sword chi bloomed in the void. Yan Shifeng could only react hastily. Fortunately, although his strength had decreased, his cultivation was still there, so the speed of his soul's secret technique was very fast. Whale hunting lightning spear! Amidst the roar, a huge lightning spear formed above his head. Then it was released, pressing forward with indomitable will. It was as if there was nothing that could resist this terrifying attack. The moment this attack was released, Yan Shifeng suddenly felt a lot more relaxed. He seemed to feel that he should be able to block this attack steadily. Fire Supreme Sword Art! Kill! Finally, Ling Xiao's attack also met it. It was like a raging fire, a meteorite hitting a planet. The terrifying flames completely exploded in the void. The strange flames completely enveloped both of them. Everyone below looked at this scene with their mouths agape. At this moment, Sword Demon and Blood Demon were unable to get close at all. Many people had a feeling. Facing Ling Xiao's sword, you could only choose to resist. If you wanted to dodge, no matter what, you would have the momentum of the raging fire. No matter what, you would not be faster than the sword in his hand. Rumble! The surging and terrifying aura completely exploded in the void. Heaven and earth seemed to shake because of this. In the space, a huge shock wave was formed, spreading in all directions. Many buildings in the green zone were destroyed. They collapsed one after another. Fortunately, this was Xuanwu Lake, and there were not many people living here. Otherwise, the scene would be even more terrifying. Crack! Crack! The light of the whale-hunting lightning spear rushed out from the flames. The endless flames actually began to extinguish. Only the lightning was constantly blooming. Yan Shifeng is worthy of being a reincarnation deity realm martial artist, even though his strength has decreased due to his heavy injuries. Although his injuries are weakened, Ling Xiao is still not his opponent. That's right. This time, Ling Xiao's plan was ingenious. Unfortunately, in the end, he still misjudged the opponent's strength. He overestimated his own strength too much. Blood Demon and Sword Demon also revealed a smile on their faces. To be honest, the two of them could not help much in this battle. Those two people were too abnormal, making it impossible for others to participate. However, seeing that Yan Shifeng finally won, the two of them were relieved. Otherwise, once Yan Shifeng was defeated, how could the two of them survive? However, the happiness only lasted for a moment. Everything in the sky seemed to be frozen in an instant. With Ling Xiao's body as the center, the extreme cold domain was completely released. Even the whale-hunting lightning spear was frozen in the air and gradually dissipated. Yan Shifeng was also greatly affected. His entire body's movements slowed down. Chapter 34-26. Chi Chi! The air was torn apart by the sword Chi. No one noticed when Ling Xiao's second sword was condensed. This time, he chose to use Supreme Fire's Blazing Sky Sword Art and Supreme Ice's Freezing Sky Sword Art one after another. Although there was no increase in strength. But the continuity became stronger. In the extreme cold domain, the Ice Supreme Sword was like a dragon swimming in the sea, receiving the greatest strengthening. Although the Fire Supreme Sword had been extinguished, the light of the Ice Supreme Sword was incomparably dazzling. Yan Shifeng's eyes revealed fear. Because of a mistake, Ling Xiao seized the opportunity and did not give him any time to regroup. He wanted to use this mistake to completely defeat him. Fortunately, he was a Soul Clan martial artist. Fortunately, he was good at soul mystic techniques. Otherwise, under such circumstances, it would be very difficult for him to even move, let alone fight back. Soul mystic technique, Black Lightning Skeleton. Yan Shifeng was struggling to catch up, but even so, he was absolutely unwilling to give up. The old thing had very powerful experience. Even if it was a dying struggle, it could still make the enemy feel very uncomfortable. The black skeleton martial soul behind him actually merged with the black lightning and blasted towards Ling Xiao. The black lightning was actually not afraid of the restrictions of the extreme cold domain and blasted out a path that belonged to itself. Supreme Ice's freezing sky sword art. At the same time, Ling Xiao's sword art had already been blasted out. It collided with the black lightning skeleton. In that instant, the battle between ice and lightning unfolded in the extreme cold domain. A cold light flashed through Ling Xiao's eyes. The extreme cold domain was his domain. In this domain, it could not only freeze the enemy. He could perfectly control any corner of the domain. When Supreme Ice's freezing sky sword art collided with the black lightning skeleton and confronted each other. Behind Yan Shifeng, a sword that was almost completely transparent pierced out. Soul Elder Ling Tian's sword art. It could completely transform the bloodthirsty demon sword into an ethereal soul state. It was impossible to guard against. How terrifying! This Ling Xiao is too strong. He was actually able to easily use 3 king-level sword arts without even panting. Even if it's a heaven-seizing fate-changing realm martial artist, I'm afraid it's also very difficult to accomplish. Everyone was shocked as they watched the battle in the sky. Ling Xiao had truly surpassed their imaginations. They didn't belong to the same dimension anymore. This was a monster. What a monster! He was an inhuman genius. The release of the Soul Exalts Ling Heaven's sword was too sudden. Yan Shifeng was so scared that his hair stood on end. At that moment, he finally understood how his grandson Yama felt. You can't judge this young man in front of you by his strength on the surface. It was too terrifying. As long as you didn't kill him, he seemed to always be able to find a way to turn defeat into victory, making it difficult for you to resist. I'll make you suffer. Run! Everything Yan Shifeng had done before was to create an opportunity for himself to escape. Because of his misjudgment, he was suppressed by Ling Xiao. If he couldn't escape from the shadow of this mistake, then only death would await him. Fortunately, his cultivation level was still at the reincarnation divine realm. Fortunately, he had cultivated many escape skills. Rumble! Yan Shifeng used almost all the true essence in his body to condense a powerful soul sword to block that terrifying bloodthirsty demon sword. After the terrifying explosion, his body frantically retreated. At the same time, he felt dizzy and had a splitting headache. There was no other way. In order to block the sudden attack of the Soul Exalts Ling Heaven's sword, he could only do this. Run! At this moment, Yan Shifeng only had this thought. He had underestimated his opponent too much. He said that he would team up with Sword Demon and Blood Demon, but in the end, it became him fighting Ling Xiao alone. He regretted it. He shouldn't have relied on his black skeleton martial soul to be so arrogant. However, there was no medicine for regret in this world. He had used the force of the collision to escape from the extreme cold domain. Next, he had to regroup and team up with Sword Demon and Blood Demon to kill Ling Xiao. However, at this moment, he suddenly felt his heart tighten. A sense of crisis that he had never felt before came crashing down on him. Do you think I will let go of this one and only chance to kill you? Ling Xiao's voice was like a demon's voice, causing Yan Shifeng's body to instantly stiffen. A strange two-handed sword appeared in Ling Xiao's hand. That huge sword was emitting an extremely cold chill. It was also emitting an incomparably terrifying power. Yan Shifeng didn't even have the chance to adjust his breathing at this moment. Ling Xiao was already above his head. Is that the Ice Age? Yan Shifeng felt that he couldn't be wrong. Only that terrifying Ice Age could give him such a terrifying feeling. Even Ling Xiao's 3 swords combined into one was definitely not this terrifying. It was as if the one he was fighting now wasn't Ling Xiao, but the Ice Emperor. The coldness released by the Ice Age was even more terrifying than the extreme cold domain. Yan Shifeng felt that he couldn't dodge it at all. And blocking it was even more impossible. At this moment, because of that crazy attack just now, he had basically exhausted his true essence and soul force. How could he block it? Supreme Elder! Sword Demon and Blood Demon were originally watching the show not far away. At this moment, they realized that the situation wasn't right, and both of them madly rushed over. However, how could Ling Xiao give them such an opportunity? The flaming skeleton general, who had been on standby, flapped its wings and rose into the air. It blocked Blood Demon and Sword Demon respectively. Blood escape! The Sword Demon seemed to have really been stopped. However, Blood Demon released a strange blood escape and disappeared in front of the flaming skeleton general. However, Ling Xiao's expression was still indifferent. At this moment, Yan Shifeng was behind his eyes. Whether it was Blood Demon or Sword Demon, they couldn't withstand a single blow in his eyes. Wind, snow, ice, ceiling steps! Stepping out of the void, the wind, snow, ice, ceiling steps wrapped around that blood shadow. That blood shadow was forcibly slowed down. Then, the Ice Age fiercely chopped down towards Yan Shifeng's head. Yan Shifeng, you didn't have to die, but you are too stupid. If you dare to hurt Dark Frost, I will make you regret being born in this world. In the roar, the cold aura released by the Ice Age had completely enveloped Yan Shifeng. Yan Shifeng was shivering from the cold. He didn't even have the strength to speak. Die! Finally, the terrible Ice Age directly chopped down from Yan Shifeng's head. There was no obstruction. The Ice Age cut down from the top of his head to the soles of his feet. A line of ice appeared on Yan Shifeng's body, which just happened to split his body into 2. There was no blood, only coldness. Yan Shifeng's eyes instantly became dull. He stared blankly at the 2 halves of his body that were gradually separated. Fear was finally released from his eyes. He didn't expect that he, a dignified reincarnation divine realm warrior, would die here. He actually died in the hands of Ling Xiao. Regret. Why didn't he choose to escape? Why did he have to fight with this man? He could have had a greater advantage. However, he stupidly thought that he could kill Ling Xiao with his current strength. But it caused him to fall into such a situation. Chapter 34-27. Milord! The Blood Demon witnessed everything with his own eyes, and his eyes instantly turned blood red. She was incomparably furious and shocked. All of her blood seemed to be boiling. She broke free of the frigid energy and charged toward Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't even look at the Blood Devil. He just stuffed a pill into his mouth as if there was no one around. The Ice Age really did consume a lot of true energy. With this move, his true energy was almost completely depleted. When the Blood Demon had already arrived in front of him and was about to kill him, the Blood Demon's eyes lit up. Ling Xiao turned to look at him. He didn't use a sword. He didn't use any technique. His hand transformed into the claws of the limitless heavenly mouse, and he slashed out. The Blood Devil's attack was easily destroyed by the claws. Then, the claws closed around the Blood Devil's heart. Since you're so loyal, I'll fulfill your wish. Bam! There was no suspense whatsoever. The Blood Devil's heart exploded, and his eyes went blank. Then his corpse fell to the ground. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. Dead? Yan Shifeng was dead. The Blood Devil was dead. The fight had only been going on for about 10 minutes. Even though a Samsara deity realm martial artist was heavily injured, he was defeated by Ling Xiao using skill. His body had been cleaved in half. A 9th division life-sizer's heart had been crushed in a single move. Blood splattered everywhere. It was over. Bam! Smack! 2 corpses fell to the ground, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. Good heavens! 2 famous powerhouses had actually died just like that. How could Ling Xiao kill them so easily? Was this a dream? Yan Shifeng and the Blood Devil had been tricked by Ling Xiao, and hadn't even touched a hair on Ling Xiao's head. As for the Sword Devil, he was scared out of his wits. The truth was that as soon as Yan Shifeng was killed, he knew that everything was over. He had only been the Sword Devil for a few days, but now he was going to die. Meanwhile, Little Gold had already killed 2 9th Division Life Seizers. His speed was no slower than Ling Xiao's. He didn't even use the golden light of the 9 Serenity's yellow springs. Instead, he used his fleshly body's strength to rip the 2 9th Division Life Seizers to shreds. In the crowd, a woman glared at Ling Xiao fiercely. Then, he left quietly. Ling Xiao, I'm unable to kill you today. However, remember this. I, Ling Qiuyan, will definitely take revenge for this. Ling Qiuyan had already found a suitable body. It was a pity that this physical body was too weak. If she wanted to take revenge, she could only raise the strength of this physical body. Fortunately, she had her own way, but it would take some time. Not only did Ling Xiao kill her son, but he also killed her father-in-law. He even destroyed the inner palace. How could he not take revenge? Ling Xiao did not notice Ling Qiuyan's departure. After all, the possession had already succeeded. As long as Ling Qiuyan did not expose her aura, then she would completely become another woman. He was not a deity, so how could he have sensed it? The Sword Devil looked around. There was no one left to fight alongside him. Suddenly he landed on the ground and shouted, Young Hero Ling, I'm willing to surrender. I'm willing to reveal the secrets of the inner palace. Was he the only one left in the inner palace? What else could he do? He had seen Ling Xiao's strength. What kind of joke was this? Fighting someone like that? How was that any different from sending him to his death? Surrender? Don't you think it's a bit too late? Ling Xiao looked at the Sword Devil with disdain. The Blood Demon's loyalty had made him feel pity for him, but he despised the Sword Demon. Kill! There was no hesitation. His figure flashed through the air like lightning, and in the blink of an eye, he was in front of the Sword Devil. He crushed the Sword Devil's neck. Dead silence. Dead silence. They were all dead. There were more than 3,000 people in the inner palace, and not a single one was left alive. Ling Xiao was truly too savage. Such an ending undoubtedly shocked everyone. Ling Xiao basically wiped out the inner palace of the Soul Palace by himself. Even if this was told to others, no one would believe it. After all, it was a bit too fantastical. But this was the truth. Today, Ling Xiao stepped on the bodies of countless experts to make his name known in the Green Zone. At the same time, in the eyes of these people, he was not only a genius. He was also a terrifying god of slaughter. I don't want to mess with this guy anymore. Yeah, I was thinking of getting the Ice Emperor's inheritance from him. Now that I think about it, I'll just forget about it. What a joke. Making an enemy out of this god of slaughter is the same as courting death. Everyone agreed with his point of view. Even desperados had to consider the possibility. It was impossible to compete with Ling Xiao for the Ice Emperor's inheritance. Unless someone was an idiot, no one would offend such a person. Ling Xiao knew what he had done. From the day he became sensible, he knew what this world was like. The mystic world was filled with killing everywhere. The only rule was that the strong preyed on the weak. He had seen his family and friends killed with his own eyes. Although he took revenge, it still could not make up for the regret in his heart. So from that day on, he swore that no matter who dared to touch the people he cherished, he would turn into a devil. He would turn into a god of slaughter and kill everyone. He took a deep breath. Ling Xiao returned to his original appearance, and the murderous aura on his body was naturally gone. At this time, those neutral martial artists breathed a sigh of relief. Dark Frost was released from the beast's ring. Although she was still very weak, she was no longer in danger. Dark Frost's face, which was originally as cold as ice, revealed a smile and warmth. Seeing this smile, the murderous intent in Ling Xiao's heart seemed to have melted instantly. Actually, it was not bad to have such a sister. For Dark Frost, so what if he turned into a malicious spirit? So what if people misunderstood? He did not care. He felt that doing anything for Dark Frost was worth it. Although Dark Frost's age was very different from the Moon Maiden's. But if it weren't for Ming Xuan, he wouldn't be where he was today. He might have died in the meteorite zone. After coming to the green zone, it was Dark Frost who protected him time and time again that allowed him to achieve what he had today. He owed Dark Frost too much. "Girl, are you okay?" In front of this girl, he was very gentle. "Yes, big brother Ling Xiao." Seeing the person she thought of as her big brother fighting desperately for her. Even if Dark Frost was not okay, she would only say that she was fine. Of course, she was indeed fine now. Her life spirit had returned to her body. From today onwards, her comprehension and ability would only be stronger than before. And she would not become weaker. Darkfrost wanted to protect her big brother Ling Xiao. In this world, there were only two people who could make her feel warmth. One was her biological brother. The person who had been killed by the Hall of Souls. She would never forget it in her life. The other was her big brother Ling Xiao. Fortunately, her big brother Ling Xiao did not die because of her. Otherwise, she would really break down. Chapter 34-28. Darkfrost swore that if it was for big brother Ling Xiao, she was willing to give up everything. Now that the inner palace was destroyed, only 3 old things were trapped in the chaos bottle. Ling Xiao could not do anything to them and did not dare to release them. They could not do anything to Ling Xiao either. This matter could only be solved in the future. As for Soul Hall, only the outer palace was left. It existed in name only. However, Ling Xiao felt that the outer palace's overall strength might not be weaker than the inner palace. All along, the outer palace had been bullied by the inner palace and supported Darkfrost even more. Now that the inner palace was completely destroyed, there was no need to talk about it. Darkfrost, an individual's strength is limited. Since the outer palace supports you so much, why don't we just let Soul Hall continue to exist? It's just that the rules have to be changed in the future. It can't be like before. Otherwise, it will still be the same old path. Ling Xiao thought about it and said, "I'll listen to big brother Ling Xiao's instructions." Darkfrost nodded and then looked at the outer palace experts who had been released. From now on, Soul Hall will no longer be divided into inner palace and outer palace. Moreover, the former Azura Hell will be abolished forever. We are together for a better foothold in this world. For a better life. I hope that after the trial and the immemorial divine two mens, everyone can return to the western region alive. Only in front of Ling Xiao would Darkfrost show the innocent look of a little girl. Outside, in front of others, she was still so mighty, domineering, and cold as frost. Even though the life soul was back, as the owner of Soul Hall, she still had to have the dignity. "We obey!" No one questioned. Originally, the inner palace was above the outer palace and did not take the outer palace people seriously. One could imagine that even Darkfrost, the palace master, was treated as a high-level fighter. The others would only be worse off. Today, they were able to reconstruct the Soul Palace. They were the founders, the founding elders. How could they not be happy? Okay, leave some people to clean up the corpses. The rest of you go back and inform everyone of what happened here and my decision. There are still many Outer Palace martial artists in Soul Palace that don't know about this. Darkfrost added. By the way, Wind Soul, Warrior Soul, and Battle Soul, the 3 of you stay behind. The 3 people that Darkfrost mentioned were the 3 strongest people in the Outer Palace other than her. Among them, Feng Hun was already a heaven-seizing fate-changing realm martial artist. He was also the oldest, over 60 years old. As for the Battle Soul and Battle Spirit, they were both in their 40s, and were 9th Division Life-Seizers. Their strength was not inferior to the 3 devils at all. However, there was nothing he could do about it. Because he was from the Outer Palace, he didn't have the qualifications to possess any authority at all. He could only act as a hired thug. After everyone went their own way, Dark Frost brought Wind Soul, Soul Soul, Battle Soul, and Ling Xiao back to her own palace in Soul Palace. There are 2 reasons why I asked you to come. First, in the future, Soul Palace will no longer have 3 devils, only 3 souls, which are the 3 of you. Normally, I won't manage the sect affairs so you can discuss it. Wind Soul is the oldest and has the most experience. Listen to his opinion, Darkfrost said. Truth be told, she just wanted to be lazy. In the past, as the sect lord of Soul Palace, she actually didn't have to manage the day-to-day affairs of the sect. All she had to do was rely on her own strength to fight for the sect. She planned to do the same in the future. For a young girl like her, it would be too troublesome to manage such mundane affairs. Yes, mistress. Wind Soul and the other 2 were delighted. After all, Darkfrost's orders meant that the 3 of them were in charge of the most important affairs of Soul Palace. How could they not be happy? Whether it was in terms of status or resources, they would have more than before. Second, there are many good things left in the inner palace. For now, all of them will be confiscated. You didn't contribute to what happened today. In the future, when you make contributions, you'll be rewarded. Understood? Yes, mistress. The 3 of them replied. Ling Xiao stood off to the side, feeling a bit awkward. After all, he was an outsider, and yet Darkfrost was telling him these things. She was clearly telling Wind Soul, Duhan, and Battle Soul that Ling Xiao wasn't an outsider. That's all. However, you have to take note that in the future, Brother Ling Xiao's status will be higher than mine. The people outside may not know, but you have to know. Yes. The 3 of them replied again. Then, Wind Soul cupped his hands at Ling Xiao and said, Young hero Ling is talented and powerful. I'm impressed. You're indeed the most qualified person to inherit the Ice Emperor's legacy. Please take care of me in the future. Sure. Ling Xiao nodded. All right, the 3 of you can leave first. The main thing is to stabilize the morale of the army. I believe everyone is panicking now that the inner palace has been destroyed. However, there's nothing to panic about. As long as I'm here, Soul Palace won't fall. Darkfrost waved her hand and said, Palace Master, there's actually something that you should know. Wind Soul suddenly said. Just say it. I'm the Palace Master in front of others, but there's no need to be reserved here. Darkfrost said. Yes, Palace Master. It's actually about the Divine Demon Invitational Tournament. Wind Soul said. Divine Demon Invitational Tournament? I seem to have heard of it. Yan Shifeng mentioned it before his death, but he didn't tell me the details. Darkfrost said in a low voice, Is it compulsory to participate in this Divine Demon Invitational Tournament? Yes, it's compulsory. Wind Soul nodded and said, This is the rule set by the owner of the Divine Demon Token. Each of the 9 Supremes of the Western region must send at least 3 martial artists to participate. There's also an age limit. The rule is that the participants must be under 40 years old. If any force doesn't send a martial artist to participate, then the owner of the Divine Demon Token will kill all the martial artists of that force in the immemorial Divine Tomb. So ruthless. Ling Xiao couldn't help but gasp when he heard this. What was the owner of the Divine Demon Token trying to do? Tell me the details. Darkfrost didn't dare to be careless when she heard Wind Soul's words. Sit down. Thank you, Palace Master. Wind Soul, Warrior Soul, and Battle Soul all sat down. Wind Soul continued, If we want to talk about this Divine Demon Invitational Tournament, we have to talk about the Ancient Sword Emperor's Imperial Tomb. What does this have to do with the Ancient Sword Emperor's Imperial Tomb? Darkfrost asked. Ling Xiao listened at the side and didn't say anything. He knew that what Wind Soul was going to say next was very likely related to the Ancient Sword Emperor's Imperial Tomb that he had been searching for. Of course it's related. As for what it's related to, let's talk about it later. I'll first briefly explain the Ancient Sword Emperor's Imperial Tomb. Because it's really important. Wind Soul said. Alright, there's no harm in saying it. Anyway, We have plenty of time now. Dark Frost nodded. I also eavesdropped on these things, so it might not be accurate. According to Yen Shifeng, the experts of the 4 major regions have calculated that the ancient Sword Emperor's imperial tomb will open within this year. And it's very likely to be in the immemorial Divine Tomb, or the 4 major regions. Because all the treasures to open the ancient Sword Emperor's imperial tomb have already appeared. The Wind Soul Dao revealed a very shocking matter. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.